You know, he was my MEC.
Well, don't allow it.
For 6 long months, he was my MEC.
Oh my God, that's legendary.
For who?
For him.
I always work with Sanral men, you know.
Good morning. Good morning. Good morning, colleagues, friends. Um Morning, Nazir. Nazir. I just seen the CEO of Sanral here, so we can start. No, no, as long as you're here. As long as you're here, Nazri. Here she is. Here she is. As long as you're here, the secretary will have to catch up. Yeah. Anyway, colleagues, thanks very much.
Quickly, can I also report on what the discussion with
No, 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 no.
Because they've been carrying it all day that they failed to turn up. It's not true.
Yeah, no, I'm going to deal with that. Let us not.
Richard, trust my
No, no,
judgment once or-
let me deal with that, please. Without what. They did carry it on TV. I think they are going to reschedule. They I saw TV. They changed it. They changed.
He asked me to report.
Yeah,
in front of the media.
yeah, that's okay. That's fine. That's okay. We'll do that.
You're not-
No, man, no. Don't clutter this, please. Well, colleagues, let's take our seats. Again, let me just remind everybody that only members of Sanral, National Transport Department, Treasury, the media, the panel and the support structures from the Premier's office may participate in the discussion. Please respect that agreement. It's very important that we don't cross that line. I don't see any new face here, so I don't think we need to reintroduce each other to each other. I think we are all here. We also are reliably informed that there were some misrepresentations in the media. The National Treasury is rescheduling a meeting with us. I think it's important for us to make that announcement. They are not quitting. They are just asking for a rescheduling of their submission. So it's important that that we say this. Let me just open with a few statements. Today is Sandral's Day, but we're very happy the acting DG of Transport is here because we really need your presence and your extensive experience in this issue. So we really appreciate that you're taking off this date. Although you're not the main presenter today, your presence, I think, is going to enrich our conversation here. Yeah, thanks very much, acting DG. Colleagues, we have very rich discussion the last 2 days, and we really have to say to the transport and to Sun and Trade that we really appreciate these very high level, presentations at the very highest level of transport in this country. I think we really appreciate that. Just something that that perhaps we as a panel will need assistance in way of dealing with certain things. I just want to touch on one or two things that colleagues will be coming in, but I think they're fine. What is obvious to us, I think that a lot of issues, including factual contestations, lot of issues, but there's part agreement and part disagreement on the history of the policy processes undertaken. I think there's there's convergence at times. Even key implementers may seem to have different versions of the same story, but there's a general agreement that the policy processes took a certain direction, at times guided by the law on certain issues. Now, we as a panel have the challenge of reconciling the points of disagreement, particularly on the facts. It's an important matter for us, and we'll find ways today and in the days to come to make sure that we reconcile the apparent divergence of memory at times, even of understanding. We're also aware that when it comes to positions taken, decisions taken, there are various, at times, conflicting justifications for certain positions. People have a way of justifying themselves, and interesting variation in terms of why people did whatever they did. So there are various justifications, and we have to deal with that as a panel. But we are happy, to report that we are aware of some consensus on major issues. So I think we'll look at the paper where there's consensus, particularly among key implementers, and we're going to identify those points of where there is sufficient consensus. And I think we will come back to that later in the day. Or even what is most interesting for us is that almost all the key implementers and the various publics are prepared to concede that the levels of consultation might have been done in a much more effective way. There's some consensus across the board that perhaps there may not have been sufficient consensus, and people are prepared to make space for that, for further discussion on the possibility that there may not have been. Nobody is dogmatic about that, but there may not have been sufficient consensus. I think we must try to, when there's consensus on something like that, let's try to find ways in which you can maximize that consensus. How we can make fuller use of that consensus, going forward. I think it's an important matter, particularly when key implementers, even the publics, even the parties in parliament, seem to agree that they may not have been. They are not saying there was not. They say there may not have been sufficient consensus on that. Now, the point that we'd like to raise is that why is consultation so critical for this process? I think it's an important matter in terms of our democracy and in terms of our constitution. Why is consultation it seems to be so fundamental to the way we are discussing this issue and for the way forward? I think we must look at what turns on consensus, on consultation. What is so important in our culture, in our democracy? Why is consultation so important? And perhaps this will become much more urgent when we come to recommendations going forward. So perhaps the cry for sufficient consultation may have to deal with certain fundamental principles in our political culture and our constitutions. I think we must return to that. More though that there's also a perception that there seems to be a decline in public trust. There seems to be, and there's even some scholarship to suggest that in the last 20 years, there seems to have been decline in the level of trust by the public in government activities. We saw one or two studies here. If that is the case, if that is true, then consultation may be one of the things we consider very seriously going forward. And I think it has to do, perhaps it may have to do also with how people on the ground experience public policy. If they feel not consulted, then there's lack of trust. We are not saying this is true, but there are these assumptions, these perceptions. It's an important matter to consider for us as a panel. So I think strategically going forward, how can we, now that there seems to be consensus that there may not have been sufficient consultation, how can we make fuller use of that consensus in bringing the various parties together, in enlarging and shifting the public discourse to be much more antagonistic and be much more creative and constructive. I think that is an issue that I would like to raise. We are not saying we should start debating it now, but these are the issues that we may have to raise later in the day or even in the further consultations. It's an important principle of our democracy, and it seems to have implications for the way we want to, because at the end we need to bring everybody together. I don't think we are here to deepen conflict and difference, but make sure that there's major consensus on major issues across the board, and that's why we are raising the principle of consultation and consensus on this issue. Thanks very much. I'll depend on you, CEO, whether you want to kick off with the presentation or you want to continue respond to the questions that we have today. But it is really up to you how you want to present your story. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Prof. And good morning to everybody. Chair, what I was just thinking is that, look, I believe that we had, as you rightly have said, and I want to agree with you, is that we had a very rich discussion over the last 2 days, I think especially yesterday, in terms of the questions and answers, etc., that we had. So I believe that, that is adequately been covered. And there's always, space for us to meet again to further continue with this particular dialogue that we having. We've been discussing this to say that when the need arises, we will continue with this dialogue. This is not the end of the dialogue. So I think let us continue with the presentation and that. Yeah?
Okay.
But I would like to, with your permission, Chair, just sort of quickly respond to what you said about your opening remarks, specifically around what I believe you were talking about is the criticality of consultation.
Yes.
And the trust building that we need to have amongst all of us as citizens of our country, because where we sit on this side of the year, we are servants of the nation. Perhaps we do our work very well, not so well, but I'd like to believe that what we do, we try our utmost best. That it is not done in any way to try and score points or anything of that sort. It's not done that way. Like any other human being, we will make mistakes, and we are prone to do that, yeah? And we will apologize for the mistakes that we make. But I want to assure you that we do not deliberately we do not deliberately try to mislead anybody. It's not our intention to do that. And I say that on behalf of all my colleagues over here. Notwithstanding what you may see, sometimes sort of the misbehavior of my colleagues. I cannot separate myself from my colleagues and believe that Sanral is this one little entity on its own over here, just because we've consistently produced unqualified reports that we're different to them. These are my colleagues, and I cannot move away from that. But also, I would like to believe, Chair, that you'll agree with me on 2 further points regarding the consultation. What goes with that in what goes together with the issue around building trust? It's exactly this forum what we've got over here in terms of how we're trying to build trust in a very open and transparent manner of what we're doing over the last 3 days over here. So the issue around respect for our laws and our judiciary, I believe, goes together with that. You cannot divorce the two. You can't turn around and talk about consultation, etc. in there. We have proper democratic channels in our country where you go and test the validity of what you're doing. And with due respect, let me again remind everybody, we've been to 6 courts, including twice to the highest court in our land, the Constitutional Court. So you can't be talking about the consultation process and questioning the validity of that without taking into account the issues where we've got the channels to be able to test us, whether it's our Chapter 9 institutions or our judiciary. So I'd like to believe that, we've got consensus on this, Chair, the respect for our law, the respect for our judiciary. And that is why you will see as to what we've been doing over the last 2 days, and we will continue in that same vein, is that to make sure that people understand that we can't just be focused on one particular project. Maybe, like you said yesterday, Chair, this may be a blessing in disguise for us. Because this particular project is throwing up a whole lot of other issues for us as a society. And it is giving us an opportunity to be able to re-examine the very same points that you made, Chair. So thank you for that. In that vein, Chair, I want to also say that, you know, to the journalists which are over here, that in view of the manner in which we're dealing, we find it extremely perturbing when we see headlines like this. Right? When we see headlines like this. Now, if those of the journalists who were here and who may not have been listening to what we've been saying, they are welcome to receive. They are welcome to receive the recordings that we've got. Now, this is exactly the point we're making over there. This is how perceptions are created, by misinformation. And then we have to deal with how do you try and redress the entrenched views that are created by misrepresentation. You know, it's extremely disappointing when I read this article this morning, yeah? Just to quickly, Chair, to say, either Minister Dipuo Peters cannot do maths or she's lying about the cost of fuel levy to pay off the Gauteng Freeway Improvement Project. With due respect to this particular journalist over here and to this particular publication, again, I would have appreciated it if that particular journalist who was here present would have taken this particular slide which was shown on the screen in terms of exactly what our minister was talking about. Let us just, this thing, recap on what she said. This thing says, transport funding allocation and shortfalls. This was the heading. National Treasury already reallocates more than the current fuel levy to transport requirements. The first bullet point, it says, according to COTU documents, to only address the network sustaining maintenance needs of 65.8 billion rands per annum will require an additional 1 rand per litre of fuel. In other words, average fuel levy of 3.17 rand per litre. Goes on to say on the next bullet point, says to address the remainder of the strengthening 5 years and re-gravel 10 years, not addressed as part of the sustained allocation above, the gravel road surfacing backlog will require a further 48 cents per litre of fuel. It's an additional. In other words, every fuel levy of 3.65 rand. At no point has she ever turned around and said that that is what we require to pay the debt on GFIP. Through you, Chair, I'd like to make an appeal that perhaps you can implore the journalists in this publication to actually print a correction of this. Because this is what's going into the public's mind now. This is what's going to the public's mind. How do we change that perception over there? It's all over the news. And to deliberately not check the facts and turn around and call our minister a liar and deliberately misleading the public, I think it's totally unfair and uncalled for without checking the facts. Now, this is one of the dangers that we have when we meet in forums like this. It's very unfortunate. It's very unfortunate, Prof, that these are one of the dangers. But I'm sure collectively we will be able to deal with this. I'm sure we will be able to do that. So thanks for allowing me to do that, Chair. To continue with the presentation, man, you're going to have a bit of a show over here today, in the sense that I will start with the presentation, and then the economic side of the things will be done by my colleagues, the team, Barry Standish and his team, the traffic modeling, etc., and that. And just to note that our traffic modelers have been working with the panel, with the members of the panel, your traffic modelers who've been working with that, and we will continue to do that. And I think I can understand why you're looking for this, whether we collect figures on 1,600 vehicles or 2,400 cc liters, etc., because of the previous work we've done together, Crystal. I'm assuming it's part of that, of this research work that we funded as part of your work that you're doing at the University of Pretoria. And we'll continue to work together on these things, because like we've said, we like the idea of looking at it in a different manner. And that's why we funded that research as part of the program that we were doing. So what we're pointing out, Prof, that even outside of this panel, we may occasionally disagree, have a different point of view. We will continue working with it, because there's some exciting work, I believe, in our country, which is done especially through our academic institutions. So Barry will do the economic stuff. The modeling will be done by Alex and Alan. And the financial side, we will ask our CFO, we're going to put her on the spot to come and explain that. So Mr. Shibani can understand that there's zero subsidies as far as we get, but it's all there. We will do that. And of course, I will hopefully make the concluding remarks as we go. You're going to do that, Alex? Okay. So we've got the role of Sanral that we want to go through. As I said, Barry and them will do this in terms of the economic considerations, the operations of the GFIP, the debt profile, the financial model, the alternatives that we had examined. And Chair, at this point, that there may be some overlap, but we'll skip that once we come to the overlaps, etc., because I think we've covered that very well over the last 2 days. And we don't need to do that. Any further detail, like I said, we will continue. All right? Now, here's the role of the of Sanral. Just to put it into context of what's been happening, is that we have 750,000 kilometers of the road network. But a lot of people don't always understand is that it's the 10th longest in the world, which is controlled by the 3 spheres of government. And that is what we've got. And we need to take into account as to what the value of that particular asset is to South Africa Incorporated. What is the value of that as a whole? We've got about 158,000 kilometers of surface roads over here. And by the way, this is in the top 20 in the world when it comes to surface roads. And a lot of people amongst us in the room will understand this better than I do, that many a time one of the indices that people use to see how well a country is doing, they look at the kilometers of surface roads versus the population, but looking at the density of the country as well in terms of what they do as one of the metrics. Now of that, right, we've got 26% of it which is in a poor condition. And the international norm is what you're aiming for is about 10%. That is what you're looking for in terms of a poor road to that. 36% of it is fair and 38% of it is good. Then we have a very large portion of our road network, which is a gravel road network. And we spoke about this as well yesterday in terms of our rural areas, etc. But a lot of our agricultural economy depends on those gravel roads. They don't always have direct access or immediate access, I should say, to a surface road. They first have to drive from a gravel road, then only come and meet a surface road. So that has a direct impact on the overall economy and the pricing of the goods that we see at the end of the day. Notwithstanding that some of us believe, apple comes from the local supermarket. Now, 67% of that particular network is in a poor condition. And we will show you slides by a study which was done, the 6 logistics study, which was done by the University of Stellenbosch and the CSIR, of the direct link between the road condition and the cost of transport. There's a direct link with that, correlation between that. 25% of it is fair, and only 8% of it is good in terms of that. And when we talk about that 197 million rand backlog, these are the factors or the issues that we have to take into account and consider with and apply our minds to in terms of how do we meet the challenges of making sure that we supply the necessary road network to South Africa within the constraints of the budget that we have. Within the constraints of the budget that we have. Are you pressing me? Am I pressing? Okay. All right. Okay, you press. The mandate of Sanral, as a reminder, I know our minister went through this, that we have been established by an act of parliament. It's not as if one morning we got up with it when we were the Chief Directorate Roads sitting out there in Struben Street, and we decided to become an agency. It's not the case. There was a lot of thought applied to the idea of why we need to establish an agency, among others at that time. Among others, as soon as we came into a democratic state in our country, one of the things that government did with a whole lot of people from civil society in terms of how do we make sure that we supply now services to our entire communities as opposed to a certain portion of our community only, or society only, that we had done in the past. So we are established in terms of an act of parliament, and that is what governs us. We cannot act outside, we cannot behave outside and perform outside of our mandate as established through an act of parliament. In terms, and this is the act, it's Act number 7 of 1998, in terms of how we establish. Then we have a board. We are governed by a board of directors comprising of 8 members, and 7 of them are appointed by the shareholder. Now, one of the debates that has always been going on in our country is in terms of how boards are appointed of the SOEs. It's no different than anybody who's listed on the JSE. The shareholder decides to appoint the board. Our shareholder, through the is a representative of the state, is our minister. So our minister appoints the board. And then the CEO, by virtue of his office, is part of that board. And we have a board of 8 members. And we do have one of our board members present here, and the others will join us later on. Today, Mr. Durman is over here. And over the last couple of days, the other board members have been here as well, Chair. And I believe that, over lunch we've been talking to each other about this. Yeah? We are a 3A SOE, and we've been emphasizing this for quite a while, that we're not allowed to make a profit. We're not a business enterprise. And the Minister of Transport is the sole shareholder. Now, if you read the Act will very clearly also tell you what are our responsibilities. We've just listed some of our responsibilities in terms of our Act. Is for the strategic planning with regard to the South African national road system. That is what we are responsible for. And I think the various courts, now especially the last court in Cape Town, the Western Cape High Court, made it very clear in terms of who has jurisdiction over what. I don't think that is any longer in dispute in terms of jurisdiction of national roads versus any of the other roads in our country. Upon the request of the minister, we can do a whole lot of things regarding advice to other countries as well, and through our membership of organizations like the Association of Southern African National Roads Agencies, which has been set up under the SADC protocols. We do participate in a number of bodies like that as well. We do not make policy. Our mandate is very clear. And it's a pity that the acting DG of our province is not over here, but he will attest to that. Hopefully when he comes in later on, that he will make it very clear. Again, you were saying yesterday to me, is that he has informed the panel, and I must thank him for that Sanral does not make policy. We implement policy. That's all that we do. And if tomorrow our government decides to change its policy, we will implement the policy of the government of the day. So we only implementers of this government policy, and again I'd like to say that I hope that we do it to the best of our ability. in terms of the policy that we have to implement of government. So it is a legislated mandate. And this mandate for us has come directly from Parliament. That's where our mandate has come from. It has not come from any other body or anything of that sort. Now, as far as good governance is concerned, we'd like to believe that our record speaks for itself. We've built quite a reputation for good governance and strict financial management. In terms of the priorities, how do we prioritize in terms of what's happening? That a mere 5% of the budget allocated is to heads. Now we have every year we renew our compact with our minister, and that's available for anybody to see as well. It's a 3-year rolling program that we have, but on an annual basis it does. As required in terms of various pieces of legislation, we also have to enter into a 3-year plan in terms of what we're going to deliver in that. And all of those documents are freely available, and that, by the way, we have to table in Parliament as well. It's not just been giving it to our minister. Of course, it has to be approved by our shareholder and our minister, and then these things are there. So it's there for everybody to see. 95% of our budget goes into the core mandate, which is look after the National Road Network of South Africa. And that is the way that we've got. I've spoken about this already on a number of occasions. And we like to believe that we are a good corporate citizen. I'm sure not many people agree with us on that, but I'd like to believe that there are some people amongst us in terms of that they'll agree with us. Whether it is the chairs that we fund at different universities, or the research work that we fund either at our academic institutions or places like the CSR, etc., or our scholarship program that we have in maths and science amongst our scholars around in our country. We are an agency of the Department of Transport, and it's very important to note this one. I'll skip that one because I've just spoken about that. Who is our external auditor? Our external auditor is the AG. And Prof. Chair, what I was saying earlier in terms of showing respect for our Chapter 9 institutions and for the law. Yeah? It's very sad. It's a very, very sad reflection on us as a whole when we turn around and start to question the decisions of our institutions like the AG. Just because we get an unqualified report, suddenly the AG's credibility is being questioned. It's very, very unfortunate that is the way that we do. So the AG is our external auditor, and the AG signs off at the end of the day on the annual reports that we produce. And I'm assuming that all of you have had a copy of our annual report. If not, Vuzi, we're going to make sure that everybody gets a copy, please. Preferably the hard copy, so at least they can page through it. Not everybody takes the time to. They're just laughing. Now we will cover the issues around the procurement of the GFAPs, or also therefore are under scrutiny by the AG, like all of our work is under scrutiny by the AG, including the financial models which the AG looks at. And our entire business is not just that particular thing. The AG has a plan together with our internal auditors in terms of what they call an audit plan, and they agree on the audit plan, and that is what they carry out. But not only has the AG looked at this issue of this particular project, which is under discussion here over the last 3 days. Yeah, the GFA financial model was reviewed by 2 independent auditing firms as well, and we've said that already in the presentation of my colleague over here to my left, where we've highlighted that as well, so I'm not going to go into that any further. Now, as we've said that we are responsible for the proclaimed national roads, and it's quite interesting that yesterday one of the panelists was talking about the confusion occasioned in the public's mind, and I accept that. We need to be able to communicate better as well. not only in terms of what we're doing as Sanral, but also in terms of the role of the three different spheres of government as well. I accept that. We need to do a bit better on that, so people will understand that who is responsible for what. We're not always fully familiar with that, and one of the confusions that comes in over here, a lot of people believe that all the end routes are national roads. They're not national roads, or they're not under, I should say correctly, is that they're not under the jurisdiction of Sanral. The proclaimed roads which are proclaimed as national roads are under Sanral. And if you look at it, this is one of the good things that we have in our country, is that we gazette these things. So there's a record about this in terms of the ownership of who owns what, etc., as far as including at the deeds office. Yeah, and these form the economic arteries, we believe, of the national economy. That again, my colleague had highlighted in terms of the quantum of freight that moves on the surface in South Africa, the quantum of freight that moves on the national road network. By way of simple example, we know that our main corridor, as far as freight is concerned, is what I call the main drag between Joburg and Durban. Durban being our port, both as entry and as exit for our goods in South Africa, our main point of entry and exit. But can we, for one moment, just consider if that particular road was not capped in the condition that it is? And later on you'll see with that 6th study as to what the consequences would be. We've got the presentation as part of the presentation, and that maintain, fund, operate and rehabilitate the national roads. We have the mandate in terms of levy tolls to service the toll roads. We manage the concessionaires, we advise the minister. And I'd like to believe that what we do actually do, we're not a for-profit organization. We are a not-for-profit organization. But what we like to believe in Sanral is that we do create public value. And there's quite a bit of literature on that as well. Like we were talking yesterday, Chair, in terms of who we should be following. I hope that what we will do is, there is literature in terms of how do you measure the creation of public value. And perhaps we need to do a little bit more of that. Not only for Sanral, but as a country. When we talk around in government, we say that we've provided, that X number of people now, a very high proportion of people have access to water these days, or have housing over there. But we need to talk about the creation of value, public value, that we create, as opposed to just saying that this was X amount of rands that we spent on this particular road or dam or whatever it is. So we do like to believe that we do create public value. And this is one of our main objectives as well. We are responsible to provide a safely engineered road, notwithstanding the appalling record of fatalities that we have on our roads. Absolutely appalling record that we have. It's nothing to be proud about. But if you look at it, you'll see that it is mainly due to driver behavior. And that, unfortunately, neither can we as Sanral, nor can my colleagues in the department, be able to turn around and try and change that. We can only plead to the people who use our safely engineered roads and well-maintained roads to please respect that shared space that we've got. Let's respect each other and allow for all of us to use that public space. We improve the journey experience. Transformation is very important for us as well, through our processes in terms of the procurement processes. And you'll be able to see that over the years in terms of what we've achieved, not only in terms of within Sanral itself, but also of the industry as a whole, notwithstanding the misbehavior of the industry, which we will deal with as well, as we said yesterday. And we do create opportunities for employment, business, and tourism. Sure, you haven't skipped one. Now, the bigger picture, right? We believe that the road user is our client, Now, we mustn't make a mistake to think that a road user is only the guy who drives on the road. We have pedestrians. We have pedestrians as well who use. We have non-motorized transport which use the road. The fact that there is legislation which turns around and says, for instance, thank you, it says, for instance, that there should be no pedestrians on the highways. Circumstances, social circumstances in our country force people to build houses where they should not be building them because they want to have access. And our roads do provide them with that access, whether it is access to public transport or access to various other means of economic activity. And it is our responsibility as Sanral to make the means available for them to be able to traverse those roads safely, and that's the program that we have in terms of the walkways that we construct along our roads and pedestrian bridges, etc. Then we've got the movement of people, services and goods. We understand that, and I think over the last 2 days we've covered that in very, in a quite depth as far as that is concerned. And let me also say that, because there was a question around this issue around the moving from roads to rail. We support that. We support that. And one of the main reasons that we support that if you look at the mix of traffic on our roads, it's not a healthy mix. Some of the hazardous goods that move on our roads should not be on our roads. They should be on the rail, rightfully belong there on rail. And that is why you'll see that we do work with our colleagues in the rail sector to make sure that where we can assist, we will assist to expedite the improvement in the rail network. And I'm not talking only about the passenger rail network in terms of public transport, but of freight as well. Time is valuable to both the commercial user and individuals. That will come out more in depth when we look at the economic impact studies that have been done. But I'd like to believe that we have, at least within this room over here, reached consensus about the value of time for all of us, both as commercial users and individuals. So in order to save our on-road user costs, sufficient well-maintained infrastructure is required. Now, what do we do to able to achieve these objectives of ours? Amongst a number of other ours, and if you look at our performance agreement that we signed with the Minister, if you see that in the annual report as well, it will show you in terms of these are one of the objectives that we have. Now, as a minimum, roads must be well maintained. They must at least be pothole free. They must be. And that is what the National Road Network generally is, that it is pothole free, because we've got systems in place, management systems in place, where a pothole will be this thing repaired within 72 hours as soon as it is reported to us. It's just a management system that we've got in place to be able to do that. So we have different type of maintenance procedures that we carry out over here. And I like to believe that what I prefer the term, I should say, asset preservation. There are these different activities that we carry out in terms of our road, but I think I prefer to use the term asset preservation. But for reporting purposes, for accounting purposes, and all for my engineering colleagues, you know, we do give this breakdown as well, because there's certain types, different types of activity and work that we carry out under those particular different headings. Available funding must be, we optimize it, and we use various types of tools, and there are members of your panel which are familiar with this particular tool, the HDM4, who will attest to the validity of that particular tool. We do capacity improvements by putting in additional lanes, paved shoulders. We have what we call climbing lanes, and the climbing lanes does improve the capacity. Some of the work we did with the University of Pretoria was on that. Go back to that, please. was on the issue around climbing lanes and that, where we use this, the highway capacity manual in terms of deciding in terms of what the level of service should be on our roads over here. And the work that we did with the University of Pretoria, which has been internationally acclaimed now. I must say thank you to all my colleagues and the people from Pretoria University who worked on this, where we've got that acclamation for the work we did in terms how do we add capacity to our roads and improve the level of service that we provide on our road network. Chair, this is straight out of our annual report, so I'm not going to go through the numbers. You can see that yourself in terms of training, the jobs that we've created, both for toll and non-toll road. Now this is the network in pictures that you will see over here as to what we've got as far as the total network that we've got, our strategic network we identify. Now how did we identify this? A good few years ago, we sat together with all the provinces and the metros. It was done under the leadership of the Department of Transport, where we looked at it and we said that let us categorize our roads. And subsequent to that, there's been other work which has been done, which has been accepted by Cabinet as well. It's our RIFSA document, as we call it. It's a policy document on the categorization of roads. And we will give you a copy of the RIFSA document as well. So we looked at the network in terms of the economic arteries of South Africa. We identified a primary road network, a total of about 35,000 kilometers, of which the 20,000 kilometers is strategic road network. And the decision was made then, and that is what part of the document that we referred to over the last 2 days came out in Moving South Africa. If you look at the document in Moving South Africa, where we had identified that, and we decided, government decided that that will be the responsibility of Sanral. This gives you a breakdown of the network in terms of the dual carriageways that we've got, 4-lane undivided and 2-lane single carriageways that we've got. The non-toll road, out of the total of 21,403 kilometers that we were saying yesterday, the non-toll road, or what my colleague was saying, those free roads that we were saying over there, is 18,283 kilometers. 85% of the national road portfolio, 85% is the non-toll road. And that non-toll road is funded from the fiscus. It's funded from the fiscus. We are not allowed to use money that we get from the fiscus to maintain and do what all the necessary things that we need to do on this portion of the network from the toll road money and vice versa. We're not allowed to do that. And that is in our act as well, in terms of our mandate. So we must make sure that these two things are not confused. These are the toll roads that we fund through the bond auctions, etc., that we have, that we've been explaining. It's 1,832 and 1,288, that's 6%, so a total of 15% are toll roads of that. But if I take this 3,128 kilometers, and if I put it into that 750,000 kilometers of roads, or let's just put it into the surface road network, which is 158,000 kilometers of surface road network, you can see that our toll road network is a small amount of the entire road network. The rest of the network is funded from tax-based revenues, not paying directly for that particular network. They come from tax-based revenues. We do have concessions. The current concessions are the Maputo Development Corridor. That's a cross-border road that we have, and to our knowledge, it's one of the only cross-border project that we have, where one concessionaire looks after both sides of the border with the same standards being been applied across both sides of the border. It is one of the things that we did when we started, when we looked at this. And this project was started already way back in late 95 as to how do we assist the rest of our southern African region. We're not an island operating on our own. The economic links that we have, the trade links that we have with our neighboring countries, we had to look at that as well in terms of improving the road network. So that is the Maputo Development Corridor. Then you got the Platinum Highway. I'll come back to that one. You can now travel on a good road all the way from Maputo in the east, going right across via South Africa and Botswana to the west coast in Walvis Bay. Because that is what the cooperation did between our four countries. Namibia, Botswana, South Africa, and Mozambique. And I'd invite the panel members, when you've got some time, just to go and travel this particular route with us. Perhaps we should start in Mozambique and travel right across to Namibia. So you travel from east to west, because the sun rises in the east. Is the only reason I'm suggesting that. I don't mind west to east either.
Mpumalanga.
Mpumalanga. We did start the project. Now, Inge, you got that number about the expenditure by the concessionaires in the last. You got the number? Okay. We'll show you in terms of, we spoke about, the contribution that we make to the toll roads. Yeah? Now, the CFO, over the last 3 years, because these are audited as well, by the way, these three guys over here had spent 9 billion rands, made an investment of 9 billion rands in our roads. Now let's again ask ourselves the question. The N3 Sidara to Heidelberg, that's the main drag, as I said earlier on, from Joburg to Durban, which is now funded as a concession. Now, over the last 3 years, the 9 billion rands that they've invested in the upkeep, in preserving that particular asset of ours as South Africa Incorporated. Because that asset still belongs to South Africa Incorporated. It does not belong to the concessionaire. What the concessionaire has to do at the end of the concession period, which is 30 years in this case, has to return that road, as we said yesterday, in a specified manner and no charge to the state. So we've actually increased the value of the state assets by using an alternative method of funding, a legally allowed method of funding, which is tolling on that three particular roads, and there will be other slides will show you in terms of the differences it makes. These are the two further ones that we are considering. The N1, N2 winelands, that's in the court process as well. And this one over here, with no names mentioned or anything, some of us from the panel and us have been trying to do this project for about 14 years now. But we must look at this very carefully about this. This is the road on the Wild Coast, and it's in one of our poorest provinces. We did a survey in 2011. The HSRC did the survey for us in 2011. We are now updating that as well. They're busy with revisiting that particular survey. And we're quite happy, the panel, I think, should look at that results of that survey, when what happens. On average, 76% of the people, this is between Port Edward and Port St. John's, where the survey was done in what we call the Greenfield section. The Greenfield section, between Port Edward and Port St. John. 67% of the people live on some form of social grant. One of the questions that we asked over there was that, do you support the toll road? Nowhere did we get less than 92% support for it. But let us not misinterpret that. As we were saying yesterday, Chair. what those people were telling us, please give us a job and restore our dignity. It's not that we want to live on this social grant that government thankfully gives us. That is what those people were saying to us. And yet the project has been delayed. I believe, and I hope that the survey results will show us that the poverty in that area has actually increased. It hasn't got better in that particular area. And here we are spending all this time on 201 kilometers of road in a province which doesn't require the same kind of assistance as which is required over there. But we can talk about that on another day. Our challenges that we face in terms of how old now, the engineers amongst us will understand that when we design a road, we design it for what we call a 20-year design span, but you have to maintain it regularly. The next couple of slides will show that, and this is what's happened with the age of our network. 76% of our network is older than the original 20-year design life. The different colors. This color over here shows the percentage of roads, which, and that's the figure going over there, yeah, which shows over 25 years, and then the 21 to 25 years is that particular block over there, then the 16 to 20 years is that particular block, and then you can see that's where the 76%. Now that's a challenge we face, folks. In terms of working within the constraints of the budget that we have as a country and what has been given to us as Sanral and to my colleagues in the other road authorities, in the provinces and in the metros, that is what's happening, and that is what we got to contend with. And if we don't deal with that, we're going to end up with a road network in our country which is not going to serve the interest of our society. The average daily traffic trend, that you can see how the traffic is grown. I'm not going to dwell on this because we all have accepted that a car, when we looked at the registration, the vehicle population, in terms of how the vehicle population has actually, go back still there, Alex. How it has actually grown. What we're showing on the vertical axis is the network length. This is in carriageway kilometers. This is in carriageway kilometers, or what we call centerline kilometers. That's the 21,403 kilometers we're talking about. And it's not the lane kilometers. If there's 2 lanes, you multiply that by 2, and then you get a total lane kilometers around over there. You can see what has been happening over here. This figure here of greater than 50,000 vehicles that we're talking about, you can see that is steadily increasing, but not that much more that we are. Now this is a slide, Chair, that we use, and which we believe actually explains very well the consequences of delayed maintenance, when we delay the maintenance over there. This comes out from that modeling that I was speaking of earlier over there. This is what we call the condition index and the structural design period, the time. Now, we start off with a good road. And if you don't maintain it over a period of time, you can see that it ends up, it's failed. This is failed, or what we call very poor, poor, fair, and good. Those conditions that I shown earlier over there. Now, this is the point at which we need to do the maintenance. And if you do the maintenance timely, you improve the condition of the road and you extend the life of the road. And the same way you do this over here, you go up there, you extend the life of the road. And that is what I was trying to explain yesterday when I said a road is not always paid off. Because you need to continuously maintain this road over there. But please do not confuse that with the debt that we owe. That's a separate thing. We know that we will pay the debt. Yeah? I'm talking about in broad terms, when you're looking at the road, when you're looking at this particular asset, you can't just look at it now. And this is one of the dangers. You know, we build the road. Now we have this design life for 20 years. Yeah, we have this design life for 20 years. You end up over here, you build this road over there, and people forget it. And it's nothing unusual. But our government over the last few years has improved in terms of making money available to try and, at least at the minimum, to try and maintain what we've got. It's not sufficient, and we'll show you that it's not sufficient. A lot of places around the world, you'll find that people tend to build the road because it looks smart, etc. We forget that I have to put aside something for the day that comes, whether I have to fix a pothole or when I have to do some of the other major maintenance work to preserve our asset. So if you delay the works between 3 to 5 years and allow this road to go from a good road into a fair road, it's going to cost us 6 times more. That's what it's going to cost, 6 times more. And if you delay the maintenance from the point when you should do it, at that particular point when we should do it, by between 5 to 8 years, 5 to 8 years, and the road ends up being in a very poor condition, it's going to cost us 18 times more. And there's sufficient evidence for us to show you in South Africa that that has happened on our provincial road network, on the provincial road network, that is what's happened. It's very unfortunate. But it's not always a question of to say that, we're not managing, our colleagues are not managing it properly or anything. There just is not enough, unfortunately, to go around. Not that we broke. There just isn't enough to go around. That is the issue around there. And this is a very important slide to see. Now, this links the road user cost. The road user cost versus what we call the quality of the ride, that we're saying from good or very good to very poor. And you can actually see how the cost actually increases with the deterioration of the road condition, and that's not where we want to. That picture, by the way, is of an actual road. Not going to mention the province. It was that. It's that. Now, if you will recall the remarks made by our minister when she said that in some of our rural areas where the people say to her that take back the town, give us the road as we've got. Because we end up in a situation like that. It was there, went to that, it ended up like that, with patches of surfacing left only. It's better in terms of safety to turn that road and into a gravel road. Well, that's a picture we're going to see now, me drinking water. I wonder where you're going to use that one. You don't mind me drinking water, do you? Chair, just the 2 following slides, right? Just to give you the picture in terms of the constraints we work with. And why do we use this legitimate tool of the user charge, is embodied also in our National Development Plan. But we use it selectively. For instance, and we can change the scenario, and if any of the panel members who want to go around changing the scenario when they're working with our traffic models, they're very welcome to change the scenario and do what they like with this to be able to see the impact of what happens over here. Now, the non-toll roads, if we get 10 billion rands, for funding for 16,500 kilometer of roads without new roads. This is on the assumption. If you remember, the non-toll road slide showed that we have just over 18,000 kilometers. So the 2,000 kilometers has not disappeared. This is on the assumption that if we take about another 2,000 kilometers of roads, and we toll 2,000 kilometers of roads. Now, this is the picture that you see, that if we do not have funding, this alternative funding method, the toll road funding method, as you can see what happens in terms of the increase in our very poor and poor roads. You can see that. And that is what happens over the life. Now, you see how dramatically the scenario changes. And this is that figure that I'm saying. Yeah? If we take that, and then you will find as to how this picture changes quite dramatically. Our poor to this thing. Very poor road decreases, and that actually increases. Some of our recent activities, Chair, just to do that, and that's in the annual report. I see we'd solicited a bit of a smile, and I hope it was a smile and not a snigger, and what they've seen now on the annual report. I'm sure they're going to come and tell me what they've picked up. I'm sure, like we did yesterday. The number of contracts we've awarded. Now, Chair, I always tell people, now we have a whole lot of, performance criteria. You'll find them there in terms of what we're doing. Because that's part of our requirements, our compact that we signed through our minister with South Africa Incorporated. The one metric that people should judge us by is this one over here, the number of contracts we have awarded or the value of the contracts that we've awarded in that particular year. Because if that starts to drop, then you must understand the jobs in this sector, in the civil engineering sector, are declining as well. That's it directly. We've got a whole lot of other things, but this is the main one that we must look at. This is where we need to look at in terms of our other road authorities as to how much of their fund, of the budget, do they return to National Treasury or to their provincial treasuries and that. That is because we do not award the sufficient value of the work. Now, if we don't do that, this industry is in a decline, including the associated and the related industries that go along with this in terms of what our good economists here call the indirect jobs, apart from the direct jobs, but also the indirect jobs and the induced jobs. This is one of them, and this is one I always tell people to measure us by. Again, this is just the budget in terms of the MTF. The numbers are there, so you can look at the budget both for the toll portfolio that we've got. But one line I'd like to bring to the attention of the panel is this particular line, the finance charges. We have to pay the debt on this portfolio. And those are the finance charges that we have to do and pay back. We can't turn around and say, so yes, there is the income. But like we said yesterday, unfortunately, the income is affected by external forces in terms of what happens. And these things become more expensive if we can't borrow money when we need to borrow. The non-toll portfolio, as we've got over there, and as I said earlier, let me repeat, we can't take money from here and put it in there, or we can't take money from there and put it in there. There's no cross-subsidization at all. I'm not going to go and repeat this. I think we've now said this, and hopefully, no, stay there, Alex, that it has gone through. The message is well accepted now in terms of the challenges that we face as far as our budgets are concerned. And this option here, the do-nothing option, is not an option for any one of us. It doesn't matter what sector you are working in. We can't sit around and turn around and say that just because there are financial constraints from our tax-based revenues that we're going to fold our arms and just wait, as if this thing is going to come up from somewhere. And one of the things that flabbergasts me, Chair, and this I've noticed in many forums that we address, small forums, large forums and that, where people believe that when government borrows money, it doesn't have to repay it. It flabbergasts me as if government can either go and grow money somewhere, and without taking into account, and there are much more learned people than me here in this room who will be able to debate the issues around the budget deficits, etc., and so forth, and the strength of our currency or the weakness of our currency, etc. But that's not what we're debating over here today, but I just want to make a point that we work within a constrained budget. But the do-nothing is not an option for us because there are other dire consequences for us, whether it's in the form of congestion or whether it's in the form of a deteriorating road network. But they do nothing. I'd like to believe the panel is at idem with me on this one, that is not an option. The financing of the toll portfolio. Right, as I've said before in one of the questions that arisen, that we have two types of bonds, a government guaranteed bond and a non-guaranteed bond, which is based on our credit rating. Now, we used to have a very good credit rating at one time. You know, notwithstanding the views that each one of us may have about these credit rating agencies, of how good their work is or how poor their work is, etc. We can talk about that on another occasion. But the fact of the matter is that an investor always looks at that credit rating. Because that's the only report they have in front of them to decide. You'll find whether it's even our local pension houses who are investing in our toll roads, etc., who would look at this credit rating and say, this is the kind of risk that we can bear or we can't bear. It's a measure of the risk. And that is why it's always very important for us as an agency, amongst my other colleagues in the SOEs, with the other SOEs, as to why the credit rating is important, but also for the sovereign. I don't know how many of us saw the newspapers yesterday. That is not those who had this heading over here, you know, while they sit in this room and end up with a heading like this, regarding in terms of what National Treasury is saying about the, and SARS and Treasury was saying about what our income is going to be for this year. And some of the economists who are making various comments about the sovereign, the review of the sovereign rating, which is coming up next month. Our rating as Sanral will be reviewed later this month as well. We cannot afford to have another downgrade as Sanral. The cost of borrowing is already increasing for us because of the external forces. If we get another downgrade, man, we're down into junk status. And the cost of borrowing will just go more higher, and you will find that we will have fewer investors in our portfolio. But to be able to turn around and be able to issue bonds with the permission of our shareholder, the Department of Transport, and with the concurrence of the Minister of Finance, they who set our borrowing limits, but you'll hear more about that later on. And the limits, the annual limits that they set for us in terms of what we can borrow under there and what we can borrow under there. But to be able to have raised that kind of funds was showing the confidence of the investor in this institution called Sanral, for them to have invested with a non-guaranteed bond. That was the level of confidence that we had. And I'd like to believe that this panel is going to help us restore that confidence in our investor community, not only for Sanral, but for the sovereign as well, as to how do we do this. So you do have a huge task on your hand. You have a huge responsibility in your hand to make sure that you can take into account not just this tiny 201 kilometers of roads, but what the consequences are, that if we do not meet our obligations, whether they're in terms of the financial obligations or in terms of the maintenance of our roads. The bonds are auctioned in the domestic capital markets. I've spoken about this, so I'm not going to dwell on that any longer, and it is increasing the cost of our borrowings. This is what it is, and there will be charts showing you exactly in terms of where we are. The total toll portfolio, the debt as at March 2014, what we've got in terms of the SZ bonds, what we call the highway bonds. We didn't list the NRA ones here, Inga. Oh, sorry, one down here. These are the non-guaranteed ones, sorry, NRA. These are the non-guaranteed bonds. Then there's a mixture of fixed rates and floating and inflation linked. So we've got, a mix of different types of bonds. The whole idea is to minimize the cost of borrowing. Because the cheaper the finance is, that I'm sure that all of us will understand, that not all of us goes to our local loan shark, hopefully, and that we don't have any unsecuritized loans amongst us around here, Prof. And that these are all securitized loans that we have. And that's why I was saying that please invest. It's a good idea. These are listed on the JSE, and the borrowing limits, as I said earlier, are approved by the Minister of Transport with the concurrence of the Minister of Finance. Now, project financing is used as a tool, not only, it's not unique to South Africa, it's used in other parts of the world. We showed you the video of what is happening in the largest economy of the world. Here's a fact. When the first toll roads were built in China, they took loans from the World Bank to build the toll roads. These days we all run to China. We admire Shanghai. We admire, Guangdong or Guangzhou. Sorry if I got the pronunciation wrong around these things. But that's how they built that economy as well. The expressways in China and in Beijing, etc., are done through this particular mechanism. So this mechanism that we're using is not unique to us. Other developing countries have also used this mechanism, as we've shown in the slides over the last 2 days, and are continuing to explore this particular mechanism, just as we are doing around. Of course, it is also used to obtain assets for individuals. But when you toll a road, and we need to look at this as well in terms of the National Land Transport Act. We don't only do this in terms of what we've been talking about, the court judgments, etc., but you've got to look at the laws of our country again. I think it's important for the panel to consider the laws of our country. As we said earlier, the mandate of Sanral as an implementer of government policy comes through an act of parliament. And that is what governs us. So it is incumbent upon all of us to be able to look at the laws of the country. And one of the pieces of legislation that we have to look at is the National Land Transport Act, which talks about prioritizing, and I'm paraphrasing this, by the way, before somebody starts quoting me and telling me that I've quoted this act incorrectly. It says that we need to prioritize public transport infrastructure over roads. That's what it basically says. But how do you fund public transport infrastructure and public transport which does not generate its full economic cost? And we accept that. We've said that we support the idea of subsidies, etc. But like our minister and our DG said yesterday, is that we are re-looking at this in terms of what we call transport pricing. How do we transport price? Not only roads, but is the subsidy going to the intended beneficiary? Where is it? What's the impact of that particular subsidy? As we've spoken about in the question and answer session that we had yesterday, what about the other forms, the other mode, I should say, of transport, road-based transport, which is not getting us currently getting a subsidy? So these are the questions that we look at, but we've got to look at it also in terms of the context of the law. As Sanral and as a Department of Transport, we can't operate outside the context of law. Unlike the comments that I heard this morning over the radio, that we didn't get permission to be outside of this building, but nevertheless we still decided to do it. That's not the way Sanral operates. Now, what does this do? It encourages strip sharing, we've spoken about, discourages urban sprawl. We talk about urban sprawl. But what is the big trend in our country? So again, it's a trend which is not very healthy, I believe personally. It's not a Sanral view, my personal view. We're ending up with gated communities. How are you going to densify in gated communities? How are you going to allow the lower income people to be able to come and live in those gated communities? We discourage that. We, by our behavior, encourage urban sprawl as well. It promotes the use of public transport, and it discourages use of sharing of the rides and the trips, right? What are the costs that we include in any of our projects that we've done, and not only in terms of the project under the consideration of this panel? We've got to take into account the initial costs, the debt repayments, and the servicing of that particular loan that we've got, the asset preservation that we have to do, take into account the different maintenance activities that we've got to carry out, the operations of it, both the ITS, the intelligent transport systems, and that. Now you see those vehicles along the side of the road which assist people in terms of the help that they require, and the ease with which we restore the flow of traffic on our roads, that the services. One of the advantages of this has happened, and we get many calls from people who are broken down, especially in the evenings at night, yeah, who will call the center and say, can you just keep an eye on us over here because we're feeling unsafe. They feel safer to travel on these particular roads now because there's an additional facility which is also available. So we have to consider all of these costs. We cannot only consider the initial construction costs. The road has to be maintained. Otherwise, we're going to lose this particular asset of ours. The feasibility that we do a whole lot of feasibility studies before we do a toll road, and I think the process has already been explained. But just to make sure that we have a clear understanding of the processes that we follow, the Sanral Act is what says in terms of service and repay loans to fund the initial capital, the interest payments, this is part of the feasibility studies, the asset preservation, the operational costs. The project should be self-funding. There are no subsidies. There are no subsidies. We're not like the other infrastructure, we get subsidized. And we don't at all with our public transport being subsidized in that. We can sit and debate where the capital expenditure on the public transport should be subsidized or not, like we did on our Gautrain. We can sit and have a debate about that, and I'm sure we'll have different views on the thing, but there's no question that we need the Gautrain. We actually need the Gautrain. It's part of that integrated transport that we keep on talking about. The integrated transport has various components to it. And this is where perhaps those people are saying that we didn't do what was intended. They should actually tell us what was intended, rather than just saying we said it's going to be an integrated. What are we going to integrate? We can show you presentations that we made at the time where we were proposing as to where park and ride facilities should be located. But the people who were providing the transport infrastructure were turning around and saying that they can't afford to put it over there. Today we pay the price of that the car parks that they provided are full. I can show you exactly what we did as part of that 2006 study. So what is it that we were trying to integrate? This is merely a component of that integration. And our colleagues from the other spheres of government are also meant to be delivering on that integration. It's not only Sanral who is supposed to do that. We can't turn around and say we want to. One of the schemes that we had proposed at the time as part of this, because we thought it was a good idea to be able to do this, that we wanted to run a BRT system in the middle of our highway to be able to cater for this. We were not the implementers. We could have provided the infrastructure. Yes, we could have gone and helped with the construction of the buildings, the stations, etc., that are required, and the bus stops. But we couldn't fund that particular infrastructure. It's not our mandate. We said we need to work within the efforts, the remit of our ambit, which has been established through an act of Parliament. State toll roads, we've said this already, so we don't need to go around it. There's no dividends or anything there, and the toll revenue must be spent for the benefit of the projects. One of the things that we do look amongst the whole other set of criteria is the affordability. Is what we're going to provide at the end of the day, is it affordable? And I hope, Chair, that the last 2 days' presentations have actually made it very clear, both through the presentation of my colleague, the acting DG, and of our minister's remarks, that how we looked at it and how we tried to cater as far as the affordability is that, which included the extraordinary allocation made by Parliament through National Treasury of the 5.7 billion rands for us to reduce the cost of transport, where we've got the e-tech tariff now of 30 cents. And we look at the traffic modelling, the impact of diversion as well, and when the traffic modelers later do their presentations, that you will see that, because this keeps on coming. Now, here's an interesting thing. Please ask, and I appeal to the panel to gather this information from the metros in terms of what the actual diversion is onto the roads. Like us, they're meant to put in counters all over the show to be able to measure the diversion. Or is it just anecdotal? We can tell you what the counts are on our roads. We can tell you how much traffic goes off our roads at the various interchanges, etc., throughout the 21,403 kilometers of roads that we are the custodians of, are responsible for. Because we do these traffic counts in there. And I'm hoping that, we do not just do this by gut feel or anecdotal to say, man, because this morning I was stuck in this traffic, it must be due to the diversion from the GFIP around on this road. There are mornings when it takes me longer to get out of my suburb than once I hit the motorway to come to Pretoria. And occasionally it's because, like yesterday, the traffic lights weren't working. For other reasons, the traffic lights were working around us. So we need to do that. And if the panel can help us get that, I think we'll have a much richer dialogue in terms of showing that the modeling that we've done and what our numbers are showing, whether they correlate with those. Please ask them to give us the counts, the traffic counts. And I'd like to have it for the last 3 years, please, if you can help us in getting that traffic counts. And whatever the province says as well, please. The benefit to the user should always be greater than overall cost. And we have a philosophy in Sanral that the benefit, the cost, let me put it this way, that the cost to the user will be no more than between 75 and 80% of the benefit. That's there. But you'll find when we do the economic impact presentation to you that in this instance the benefits are even much larger than that sort of limit that we've always set for ourselves. You can't provide a service where there's no benefit, or the benefit equals the cost, or even worse, where the cost is higher than the benefit, that the benefit is lower than the cost. You can't do that. It doesn't make sense. And that's not what that's what we want to point out over here, and the study will actually show that. And if this revenue that we've predicted, like all good things over here, and I love these friends of mine, what I call the economists, with due respect to all of you guys, when we talk to them, they say, yeah, but on this hand, but on the other hand. You understand? Yeah. So we do some crystal ball gazing with them. We also turn around and say we'd like our economy, like we were saying yesterday, X percentage, etc., and so forth. But our economy goes down a bit. We're down to, what do we make our predictions on, like we asked yesterday? On the 6%, on the 5%, the 1.4%? And these are the challenges that we face when we're doing our modeling. But like I said, this thing, do nothing is not an option.
Nazir, we are at your mercy. You have been talking for 1.5 hours. Did you want to have a 10-minute, coffee break? Please.
Okay, everybody's saying yes.
Yeah, let's just have a 10-minute break.
You see, Prof, I'm used to fasting, you see, so I can go on. You understand?
Well, this is a secular state.
Thank you. social. How far are we from?
Finish this slide.
Oh, sorry, Prof. This is the last slide. We've got, this is my last slide, and then we're going to go to the economic study. So can I finish the last slide,
Okay,
please?
that's fine. Okay.
Yeah?
Okay.
Sorry,
okay.
sorry, guys. Just last slide, Keshla.
Sorry.
Spoken that about already. Yeah. Yeah, no, you're going the wrong way. Okay. So you'll find that, and this is what we'll do, Prof. There'll be a further discussion, and I'm sure we're going to have an interesting discussion around the three methods of analysis that we apply in terms of the cost-benefit analysis as to what they look at, the primary measure of the project's viability and gives a robust indication of the value of the project, the microeconomic analysis that we do where they consider apparently the same costs and benefits, but from the perspective of a range of different stakeholders. That, you know, that parts people that you were talking about in the motor industry and how that cost get further than hooked on to the taxis, etc. So these are the different range of stakeholders that we look at it. Then there's the macroeconomic, the effect of the project on the national and regional economies, including the jobs, etc. And that's very important, like I've always said. We can't, please do not look at this project in isolation. Let us look at what we have, because we are called the National Roads Agency. Our minister keeps on reminding me of that. We cannot just be concerned with one province or one particular project. We have to look at that, and that slide I showed earlier in terms of the contracts we awarded. Thank you, folks. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks. Let's take a 10-minute break.
Yeah.
We just ask them. Good morning, colleagues. We have taken more than 10 minutes. Thanks very much, CEO, and thanks everybody. It's now almost 12. We have up to 1 o'clock. Over to you, CEO.
Am I online?
Yes.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to look at some of the economic impacts of GFIP. These are both current impacts and historical projected impacts. And I want to take you through just what the table of contents are, what we're going to do over the next 40 minutes or so. We're going to start off with just looking at the benefits of GFIP as a starting point, to try and just lay the ground for a discussion which we need to have later. I then want to look at the more technical stuff, which is the economic cost benefit analysis and the results of the economic cost benefit analysis. We then want to go to what is essentially a stakeholder analysis. So I want to look at specific journeys and the costs and benefits associated with those specific journeys at different times of the day, different days of the week. I then want to give some perspective on the size of GFIP relative to a number of other indicators. Just how big is it actually? And then the request yesterday in terms of the distribution of tolls, we've now added this in. It's slightly older data that we're using, but we can understand who is actually paying tolls and whether they're progressive or regressive tolls. Okay, so Mr. Chair, this for me is this first slide is the most difficult of them all, because I have to keep it simple. And you probably realize that economists can take something that's very simple and make it incomprehensible in a very short while. Okay.
Well, that's off the record, eh?
That is entirely true, as we all well know. Because what I need to be able to do here, Mr. Chair, at the end of both Tuesday and Wednesday sessions, you concluded by saying that there appears to be a disjoint between the results of the analysis and people's perceptions. And I want to get to the heart of the matter and try and understand why there is this disjoint. So that's really the key focus in this first part of this presentation. In fact, we did this analysis yesterday afternoon sitting in the back of the room to try and crystallize it and really get to the heart of the matter. So we've only been able to analyze one journey, and we've had to extract the data from these terribly complex models that my colleagues build. So the journey that we extracted is the journey from Soweto to Isando, and it's purely for commuters. So it's just one, and obviously commuters we see as the most vulnerable of all the people because they're forced to make the journey 5 days a week, 4 weeks a year, etc., etc. So it's just that one journey. And what we focused on, instead of voodoo economics does all sorts of stuff. I want to focus on just very simple economics, which is how much are people spending out of pocket. So the only expenses that we've put into this very simple analysis is the cost of fuel, the cost of, I think, oil, tires and maintenance, and that's all. There's no capital cost, there's no cost of time, it's just how much money is actually coming out of my pocket. And running the numbers, we find that without the upgrades, if GFIP hadn't occurred, the growing congestion on this particular route would have increased the cost of a morning peak journey by 2 Rand a day for each year. So every day, annually, the cost of the journey would have gone up by 2 Rand. That's 2 Rand there, it's 2 Rand back. That's 4 Rand a day, it's 20 Rand a week, which means that by 2019, the cost of a single journey from Soweto to Isando would have gone up by just under 10 Rand for a single journey. That's 400 Rand a month. And that cost is the cost as a result of congestion. So in the absence of GFIP, people would have been paying on this particular journey 400 Rand a month more. We then, I beg your pardon, so I can never actually know what's coming next on PowerPoint. The off-peak journeys are just under 1 Rand a journey annually, so sort of half the price of a peak journey, and that would stand to reason because obviously we've got more congestion at peak than we have off-peak, so it would stand to reason. We then look at the same journey with the upgrades, and again we're looking at a savings, and I beg your pardon, sorry, I missed a point. If I may, apologies, Mr. Chair, if I may go back one point. I think that the confusion, the difficulty of perceptions and reality is the jargon we use. And the jargon is the word benefit. And I really think that is the wrong word to be using. It dawned on me yesterday afternoon, the correct word to use is savings. That's the correct word to use. So what we have by upgrading the road between Soweto and Isando is that in the morning peak hour, there is savings in running costs and the pure out-of-pocket costs of just under 20 Rand per journey. And that's primarily because there's less congestion, there's less fuel, there's less wear and tear, there's less braking, etc., etc. So we're saving 20 Rand in that journey. That's in 2014. There's also a 14-minute time saving. We're not including that time saving, we're not valuing that time saving in this current part of the analysis. When we get to the formal cost benefit, we do include that because that's international best practice. At the moment, we're just saying there's a 14-minute saving, which means, of course, that as a commuter, I'm able to spend at least another 30 minutes with my family each day. I'm not sure whether that's a cost or a benefit. That was a joke.
Be careful of metaphors. That's a very bad metaphor.
we need to keep it light.
Yes.
We really do need to keep it light. The toll fee, the e-tag toll fee, is R8.64 for that journey. So after the toll, there's a net out-of-pocket saving of nearly 11 Rand. So the benefit of GFIP is that after the tolls, it is actually saving people money. It's not costing them, it's saving them. Now, to try and find some inspiration last night, I turned to the works of Amanda Sen, Nazir, to try and find inspiration for how I can explain this. And thank you for the tip. And what he suggested is that, and I'm just making this up, that belt that a belt tightening experience is painful, but a belt loosening experience, you don't really feel it. Let's take the 45-minute petrol price drop as of yesterday. That means that the average person is going to be saving between 30 and 40 or 50 Rand per tank of fill-up. It means that the average person is probably going to save 200 Rand a month. What do they do with that? They don't even notice it. If Nazir had his way, they'd buy retail bonds in Sanral. Yeah. What I would do is buy my wife some flowers because that keeps marriages happy. Some of you might buy beer, but that would be a belt tightening experience in a different way, and I wouldn't want to go there. Now, the point is, Mr. Chair, that what we're seeing here is that we've got a 10 Rand saving, nearly 11 Rand saving on this one journey. The saving kicked in 2011. The tolls kicked in for one of a month in 2014. So people had a belt loosening experience for 3 years, and they didn't feel it. And think about it. The difference between having to put money out, that's a painful experience, putting money out. Whereas not putting it out, it's a very different emotion. So, Mr. Chair, I believe that the disjoint between people's perceptions of GFIP and the actuality of GFIP is that people have been saving money for the last 3 years. And they've only now, in this year, been asked to pay for it. And I believe that is where the disjoint lies. Because that belt loosing experience over the last 3 years, that money's gone elsewhere. People have got used to it. And to be frank about it, there have been fuel price increases. So some of the money's gone to fuel price increases. That's not a GFIP, that's not the fault of GFIP. But it's also gone to other things. So people have got used to lower cost of traveling, 3 years worth of lower cost of traveling, and now they're being asked to pay for it. And I believe that the submissions that I've heard have been made to you, I believe that that's where that emotion is coming from. That was difficult. The rest of it is easy because it's just technical. It's complicated. So, but I really want to say that for me, this is the heart of the matter. No matter what Nazir says and everybody else says about DOT, this is the heart of the matter. This is the perceptions of that there have been savings. There really have been savings. And yet people have forgotten the savings or have not been aware of the savings. There have been savings. Okay, I want to now come to the more formal cost-benefit analysis. And this is the decision-making tool for any economic project. And I want to talk to what it means. So when we do economic cost-benefit, we need to take the life cycle of the project. So in this case, it's a 25-year cycle. We need to do the cost and benefits over the 25-year cycle. And we need to, we are forced to, by international best practice, to reduce those things to what's called a present value. So we take all the costs and benefits in the future and we bring them in today's terms to a value that is today's value. The costs that we include, as you can see, there are 3 sets of costs that are included. There's the ICW, the Initial Capital Works. There's the ongoing maintenance costs over a 25-year period. And there is the cost to local authorities of the localized diversions. Those costs were included in our analysis. We get those obviously not from the local authorities, but from the modeling process. So those are the costs that were involved, that are included. The benefits that we have, benefits that are in and benefits that are not in. The benefits that are included are, as you can see, the reduced vehicle operating costs, that's your out-of-pocket expenses, petrol, oil, tires, etc. We have reduced traveling times, and we also have the savings to the local authorities from net attractions. So there's a mixture here of effectively localized diversions where the gantries are, and net attractions off the road network in entirety for those people who are willing to either go to the gantries because the roads are so much better, or where people are using the highways where there are no gantries. So those are the net attractions. Now you'll notice if you look at the costs that the toll tariffs are not part of the cost. The toll tariff is a payment for the cost. So one cannot put in the toll tariff and the capital works because you're double counting. Okay? The toll tariff pays for the works. So we need to therefore understand, I want to go back to the earlier analogy of this simple journey from Soweto to Isando, that, and my colleague here is going to hit me when I say this, but these first two, the ICW and the ongoing operating and maintenance costs, we could put the toll fees in there. It's almost the same thing. But you can have one or the other, you can't have both. So when we come to the technical explanation and we're looking at the cost-benefit ratios and all this geek talk that I'll get into in a moment, to the techno talk, really what we're looking at are the costs to the user as a proxy and the benefits to the user. We have some benefits which are not included. The safety and security, particularly at night, has not been included. We simply had no way of trying to measure it, so we couldn't do it. I'm not from Johannesburg, I'm from Cape Town, and I must tell you that for me, if I land here late at night and I drive on the highway to Pretoria, it is fantastic. The lights, the safety, it's just such a different world to driving through Cape Town. And then the second thing that we couldn't put in are the reduced emissions, but we find they're relatively small in the scheme of things. And then we get to the output of a cost-benefit analysis, and I want to just preempt it so that we understand what this means. The two key outputs from a cost-benefit analysis, or I beg your pardon, the two key outputs from an analysis of this type that we're doing here is the benefit-cost ratio, or the BCR. And maybe a better way to understand this now, with my light bulb moment yesterday, it's the savings cost ratio. What's the value of the rand value of savings relative to the rand value of costs? And from a technical point of view, what we're looking at is for every 1 rand that is spent, by how many rand, what is the value that society saves from that? If you like, in the techno talk, what is the value of society's benefits? We at Straticon always work with a minimum of 2. In other words, we want benefits for every 1 rand spent, we want benefits of 2 rand. We believe anything below that can well be problematic. And then the second thing that we have is not particularly that important right now, but is the net present value. So it's the overall costs of the project relative to the overall savings of the project. So with that as kind of setting the scene, and hopefully I've helped you understand what the results will start looking like, this is the results to the initial cost-benefit analysis. The last time we were asked to update this was in 2010. So these are in 2010 values. And we've done them for a 30-cent toll, which is the e-toll, and then the regular toll is 60-cent toll. So we're looking here at over the lifetime of 25 years. And what you have as the ICW, you can see is 16 billion, no matter whichever one you take there. You have the life cycle operating maintenance cost of about 13 billion. And then we have the costs to local authorities of the need of the damage to pavement in the local areas of 193 million with that toll rate and 398 million with a higher toll rate, because obviously the higher toll rate is causing more diversions of localized diversions. That gives a total cost of in the region of 29, 30 billion in present value terms. We then have road user savings. So we have, in terms of, as I demonstrated with the Soweto Isando route, real road savings. This one, I beg your pardon, this one here also includes time savings. So there's the value of time. That's international best practice. In a moment, I'm going to show you what the results look like if we exclude the time savings, because I know that a number of people have issues with inclusion in a cost-benefit analysis. But where we end up with the key output is our savings cost ratio, or our benefit cost ratio. At a 30-cent toll, the benefit cost ratio is 8.4. That means, in very simple language, for every 1 rand that people spend on tolls, they save 8.40 rand. Okay? The correct jargon way of saying it is for every 1 rand that society spends, society benefits by 8.40 rand. That's the correct technical way of putting it. But if you can think about it, for every 1 rand that you spend in tolls, you're saving 8.40 rand in vehicle operating costs and in time costs. So we draw 2 conclusions. The first one is the project is economically efficient, and it's very efficient. It's one of the most efficient projects that we have ever worked with. And the second one is that this is for the journalists, so they get it right. It was a joke. No. I need a placard saying this is a joke, all right? That for every 1 rand that's spent on this project, society benefits by between 8.10 rand at the 60-cent toll and 8.40 rand at the 30-cent toll. We then did the same thing, as I mentioned, we did the same thing, but we removed the value of time. And we removed the value of time for for private road users, for non-business users, because business people, the time is valuable. For people delivering freight, time is valuable. And we remove the value of time, and what you get, as you can see, the benefit cost ratio lies between 4.2 and 4.3. So even with those time savings out, so now we're looking only at out-of-pocket savings to commuters. For every R1 of toll, there's still a there's a £4 savings, as that says there. We then turn our attention to phase 2 of GFIP. And do we have any, we do have some jargon. What phase 2, I won't take you through the detail, but we'll just look at the benefit cost ratio. I won't waste your time by running through the numbers. We have a benefit cost ratio of 6.2, which makes it well above our internal threshold of 2. And it still makes it economically efficient, but you'll notice that it's less efficient than phase 1. And the reason for that we're doing this is the costs are much higher, because we're looking at greenfield projects. I now want to turn to specific journeys, because what the overall results show is that society on a whole, this is a project which is beneficial for society. It shows that, and we've done sensitivity analysis, we've done all sorts of stuff, and that conclusion is very robust. However, there are typically winners and losers. So what we did was we took different sections of road at different times of the day and different days of the week, and we looked at the costs and benefits for those different sections. So we're really breaking it up. And here we're now looking at ICW. We're looking at the toll relative to the savings. The tables are very complicated. So to understand how we interpret the tables, the tables are color coded. So the interpretation is that the green is a situation where the savings are more than the tolls for the next 25 years. The light green is where the savings are higher than the tolls for most years. The pink is where the tolls are more than the savings for most years. And the red is where the tolls are higher than the savings for all years. So green is good, pink and red is not good. And that's how we interpret the tables. So the first of the time of day that we analyzed is morning peak. And what we have in the morning, what we've got all of the GFIP. So this is all the different sections of the road in GFIP. And we have it for light vehicles and for heavy vehicles. And we have it for the 30-cent e-tag, and we have for the 60-cent registered users. And you'll see that in the morning peak, for the e-tag users, the savings exceed the costs. In all years, in those cases, in some years, but certainly in these cases here in the greens, in all years. When we go to the 60-cent toll between Beklu and Geldernaes, this one here, you'll see that at 60 cents you've got a pink and a red, and a pink and a red. And in discussion with Sanral, it turns out that in order to address there's severe congestion on that particular link. And in order to address that congestion on that link, if you look at the bottom here, it requires GFIP phase 2 to incorporate, I think it's the R20...
The sub-2 project.
Okay, the sub-2 project, okay. In order to take traffic off that link to get that up to green.
Prof, we support the sub-2 even if my colleague doesn't.
I just was... Okay.
It's gone.
It's gone. No, that's township slang, that. Yeah, perhaps you are still using cost benefit, but you advise us to use cost savings analysis.
I'm just changing the terminology.
Okay.
Okay. So I think that, I mean, we speak cost benefit because that's our language.
Okay, that's fine.
But I think to help people understand actually what it means, it's cost savings.
Okay, that's fine. Okay.
If we turn our attention to the afternoon peak, Okay, I won't bore you with it. You'll notice again that it's Bekluggeldenis. Again, we have this one. And even with the E-tag, we've got problems there. And again, it's the same problem. It needs the GFIB phase 2 to come in order to get that particular link to function properly. There's major congestion on that link.
Okay.
Then we have off-peak. It's just green. So off-peak, we have a situation where the toll tariff is less than people's savings across the whole of off-peak, and that's because there's less congestion. That's obviously daytime off-peak. It's between the two peaks. We turn our attention now to nighttime traveling, and you'll notice that a very different picture emerges. For southbound, we've got some pinks, we've got 3 reds. It's predominantly green, but there are some problematic areas. So these people, the toll tariff exceeds the benefits that they've got. And of course, if you want to pay 60 cents, then you just don't get very many benefits at all. So here's a problem, and here's a whole bunch of losers as a result of GFIB. Okay. The moral of the story: don't drive at night. Okay. But if I can come back to the point I made earlier, one of the benefits that wasn't included, and you can see it down here, is that we don't have the safety and security benefits included in the benefits. And as I understand from Sanral, there's constant monitoring, vehicles break down, and they're there within a very short time. Those are, I suppose they could have been quantified, but we didn't quantify them. And what we are proposing, now that we've seen it, and I see somebody can't spell correctly, we are proposing mitigation measures. That this should be mitigated, and that what Sanral should really be doing is having further nighttime discounts, more discounts than currently are in place. And then the final one, I believe, is weekends. And again, it's not like you see during a weekday. With the E-tag, you've got one pink one here. Again, you've got a red one over here with an E-tag and this one here. And of course, with the other ones, you've got series of pinks. I think we all engage with Sanral, and I think that one wants to be seeing, again, further time of week discounts, just to mitigate these particular ones. Okay, so what we've done is we've looked at one journey to try and understand the micronism of it, and I've tried to demonstrate how these savings work. I've also tried to demonstrate the disjoint between having to pay and the benefits that you received. We find the project is efficient overall. Overall, it is efficient. There are winners and losers, but I believe that the losers can be mitigated. And I want to turn our attention to the relative size of tolling. How big is it in the scheme of things? And what we want to do is we want to compare the total projected toll revenue. So in other words, if all road users were compliant and all road users were paying e-tolls, let me put it like that to start off with. I want to compare that to total income in Gauteng GDP, just to get a feel of the relative, what's the relative size of the scheme. The second thing I want to do then is I want to compare the compliant light vehicle tolls to disposable household income. So if everybody was driving around, which they're not, and we know they're not, but it's just a measure to get a feel for this, what's the toll burden on average across everybody? And then the third one I want to look at is what is the impact on the cost of consumer goods? Okay, so if I may, to start off with this one, I'm in familiar territory because this is now very technical, it's geek talk and techno talk, but I'll do it as simply as I can. This is to try and understand the relative impact of tolling. And we start off, if I may take this one over here. This is Gauteng GDP. And if we go to 2014, it's 1.2 trillion rand. If we take the total compliant annual toll revenue, the projected, not the little bit that's coming in at the moment, okay, the little bit that's coming in, but what the dribble. Okay, but what we, everybody's compliant, how much actually would come in? Because if we took the little bit that's coming in, I would be accused of spin doctoring. I don't want to spin doctor. So it's the fully compliant e-tolls. That if and were compliant is about 2.5 billion. The 2.5 billion compared to Gauteng GDP is 0.19%. It's a fifth of 1%. If we do it for heavy vehicles, because I know you've had submissions from heavy vehicles, and we take the compliant annual toll revenue of heavy vehicles compared to Gauteng GDP, it's 0.04%. And then finally, if we do the same calculation just for households, so we look at compliant light vehicle tolls relative to household disposable income in Gauteng, it's 0.25%. Which means for every 100 rand that you earn, tolling is 25 cents of that, on average across all of Gauteng. So the point I'm trying to make here, I know this is a very imperfect measure, and there's any amount of bricks you can throw at me with this thing, and I'm sure you will in due course. Let's take this number over here. What's a good number? Let's take this number over here and say, but I mean, one of the bricks I can throw at myself is that only 10% of people use the highways. Okay, so it's only this is a completely wrong calculation. But if it's only 10% of people using the highways, first of all, they are a bigger part of that number. But even on average, if we just average the whole thing out, what's the number here? It's 2.5%. It's just the numbers just say that the GFIP relative to the wealth of Gauteng is a blip on the horizon. It's insignificant. Now we come to this is a hype. This was the taxi motor vehicle supply chain question. We didn't do that one. We rather felt that food and goods is probably a better calculation. It wasn't an easy calculation, and I want to run you through some of the things that we did and did not do, so you understand how the calculation works when we finally get to the numbers. So the first thing we did, we didn't toll GFIP. We told the highways before the upgrades. Hear it again. So the tolling that we do in this exercise is not on the GFIP roads, it's on the pre-GFIP roads, as if Sanral came along before they did the upgrades and just erected gantries. In other words, we've not included any of the benefits of the upgrades in this exercise. There's no benefits at all. The second thing that we've done is that we excluded is we've moved all goods on the highways. Some goods are moved on secondary roads, some goods are moved on rail. Okay, we put everything on the highways. We wanted to get the biggest impact that we could. And this obviously overstates the impact. We've assumed that all toll tariffs are passed on to the consumer. Now, that was the conversation we were having yesterday, more than passed on, if I recall, by some people. But that is not necessarily the case, and it depends very much on the price elasticity demand of the degree to which, sorry, that's geek talk. Some businesses can pass the prices on, some can't. Okay? We're going to pass them all on after VAT and after tax deductions. It overstates the impact. We've also included the return journey of an empty vehicle. Some vehicles will travel with more load in them on the return journey. So again, we're looking for the most conservative approach. We haven't included any monthly caps, and we haven't included any discounts. The only one that we couldn't include, which might understate the impact, are other transport for a company. So, for instance, if there's staff being paid for by the firm, if their transport is paid for, or if the sales rep's got to go out and do what sales reps do. We haven't included that, and that will obviously understate the impact. But we tried really hard to go as extreme and as conservative as possible to get the biggest impact we could on the price of food. It's on the price of food. And the journey that we simulated was a journey from north of Pretoria in 3 types of vehicles, Class 2, Class 3, and Class 4, bringing food and vegetables to Isando. Those things are then and that truck then goes back empty to where it came from. We then repackage everything at the Isando depot, and the truck then drives from Isando to Soweto and returns empty. So that's the journey we simulated. And these are the results. So if I can explain the table, what we've got here, as you can see, we've got with e-tags and without e-tags. This is the journey from the north of Pretoria to Isando for 3 different classes of vehicles, Class A2, which is small trucks, B and C. This is the assumed value of the cargo. We spoke to logistic companies, and they were happy that we were using. So in a 2.5 ton vehicle, you're going to get a cargo worth about 20,000 rand. In a Class B, about 100,000, 175,000. If I may just stay with just this one column, because the rest are all exactly the same. So this 2.5 tonner will drive 61 Ks. It will pay tolls of 19 Rand on the inward journey. It'll pay tolls of 14 Rand on the outward journey. It can then deduct VAT off that, and it can then deduct company tax off that, so that we have a total, the toll is 21 Rand for the journey in and the journey out. That is 0.1% of the value of the cargo. At Isando, the goods are now repackaged. However they're done, I don't quite know what they do there. And the 2.5 ton vehicle now drives 36 Ks to Soweto, paying 11 Rand on the inward journey, 9 Rand on the outward journey. We can deduct taxes from that, so the total is 13 Rand, which therefore adds a further 0.06% to the cost of the goods in the vehicle. In total, that journey, the cost of tolls have added 0.17% to the cost of the goods in the vehicle. And that excludes all of the benefits. If you can, the green line is the bottom line. You can see the model. This is a modeling impact. And again, you can throw bricks at me. I know you will. I'll just duck. But it's a modeled impact. And the point I'm trying to make here is that the impact is so small. So if you like it, the average impact with e-tags is 0.12%. That means that fruit and vegetables that cost 100 Rand will now cost 100 Rand and 12 cents without any benefits. And then if you don't have an e-tag, 0.22. So that was fruit vegetable. We did the same exercise for dry goods, which I think would work for the motor vehicle industry as well. It's a similar kind of exercise. And without belaboring the point, it's a similar exercise. We didn't use 2.5 ton vehicles because they don't carry dry goods. Do we have a bullet? Yeah, we do have a bullet here. And what we get there, if you look, the impact is even smaller. So something that costs 100 Rand, a shirt that costs 100 Rand, will now cost you 100 Rand and 5 cents. And that, again, that's without the benefits. To turn our attention now to, this was a request that was made yesterday, and I need to preempt to explain carefully, and for Fiona, you made the request specifically, so we included this. But it is, we couldn't update our analysis because this is a lot of work. So we simply extracted it. So what you're looking at here, this is 2 tables that we've extracted from our 2010 economic report, and they are based on the roadside interviews that were conducted as part of our work. The roadside interviews ask origin and destination. They ask purpose of journey, frequency of journey, number of occupants, all those kind of things. And what we then do is we take that and we analyze by income category, by purpose of journey, by frequency of journey, etc., 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 to try and work out what is the likely toll burden. The tolls that the table is based on, is 66 cents a kilometre, not the 30 cents. So it's an older table. And the incomes that we've got in the table have increased in nominal terms by 30% since 2010. Now that sounds like a lot, but we're talking about years with inflation of 6% each year. That's 24%, and the other 6% is real economic growth. So we're talking nominal growth, which one has to do as well. Sorry for the techno talk. If I can explain what the table means, we've got these monthly income categories, which should now be increased by 30%. And we've got, this is the monthly toll cost. Obviously, we now cut it off about here because this is no longer relevant. Okay, we were looking at people paying less than 200 Rand, 200 to 400, 400 to 600, etc., etc. The 450 caps it. And you will appreciate that, excuse me, that these toll tariffs now all need to be halved, because we're talking about, our work was at 66 cents, we now do it for 30 cents, so this is less than 100 Rand, 100 to 200, 200 to 300, etc. If you, let's just take this one, well, you can eyeball it. In fact, let's take the total to start with. Of lower income people, of the total amount of tolls collected, they're paying 1%. Of the next category up, and you can see it, it's 1%, and you can see the progressive nature of tolls. Now, the reason that you've got a dip here, it goes 12, 22, 14, 34, is because this plus 30,000 Rand is a catch-all. So you've got, we're going up in 5,000 Rand increments, and then we go up in 30,000 and above. So it's very clear that you can see from this diagram that it is richer people who are paying the bulk of the toll tariff burden. And that's why we're running up to, we've got 100 at the bottom because we're looking at each of these categories. But in total, if you look at the total, look at the categories. The next one, I simply put in for interest, where we change the averaging. We're averaging the columns down. Or averaging is the wrong word to be using. We're looking at the proportional distribution in the columns. The next one looks at the proportional distribution in the rows. So it's the same caveats we've got before. And your focus and my focus when we did this, and let me speak from the heart. When we did our analysis, our focus wasn't affordability. It was on the efficiency, but we really wanted to know, could people afford this? And if you look at less wealthy people, 57% of them are paying, remember that's 100 Rand now, are paying less than 100 Rand. So the conclusion that we come to is that GFIP is giving out-of-pocket savings to most users. It gives out-of-pocket savings in the morning peak and the afternoon peak. It gives out-of-pocket savings, monetary savings, during the day off-peak. I think I've actually got it written down. Okay. GFIP is economically efficient. From a pure international best practice approach, it is efficient, and it was one of the more efficient projects we ever worked on. There are some areas where costs exceed benefits. Okay, there are some. Let me do it in simple language. There are some areas where the toll is higher than your savings. They're nice and simple. Those are, but this can and I hope will be mitigated by additional time of day discounts and by the completion of GFIP 2. On average, with e-tags, the total toll revenue is very small. It's 19 cents for every 100 Rand generated in Gauteng. In terms of disposable income, the total toll revenue on light vehicles is 25 cents for each 100 rand earned. And there's a very small impact on the cost of food, between 4 cents and 17 cents per 100 rand of food and dry goods. And that excludes the benefits. And I think that's the last slide. There's one more. The final one is that what we find is that tolls are progressive across income categories. Rich people pay more. And I think that's, Nazir, I think it's over to you. Thank you.
Well, thanks very much, Standish. Thanks very much, colleagues. We have about 50 minutes to 1 o'clock. I don't know what you want to proceed. Perhaps I should ask colleagues to ask questions or preliminary comments.
They aren't finished with the presentation.
They haven't finished the presentation. Oh, okay. That's what I thought. Okay. Over to you again.
Thanks, Chair. Look, the next presentation is to do with the traffic modeling and that, and the traffic studies. So I'm going to ask the next two presenters to come over and do their part of the show, Prof.
Sure.
But if you're going to stop at 1 o'clock, we're going to stop part of their presentation.
Yeah, but I thought
we'll leave it up to you.
I think I was the CEO. I think let's ask the panel to ask preliminary questions about what has been submitted now, and then we can, after 1 o'clock, go to the next session. Okay, Crystal.
They're related.
I think I need Anthony here.
But Bill's on the next page. I think we should do the questions at the end. Yeah.
They finished the but we only have 10 minutes left now.
Chair, maybe what I can help, just
Yes.
to talk to the next 3 slides quickly, because yesterday we spoke about those, the pictures that we had when we had, and they will come up again. If you recall these pictures over here, right? This is just showing that in a different form. Chair, and if I may say so, the authors of this report, unfortunately, they couldn't be with us.
Okay.
They couldn't be here with us, but they're very happy to come and address the panel. But outside of this, we can arrange a time where the authors themselves can come and explain this, rather than me trying to explain to you and get into the nitty-gritty of something that I don't understand fully.
Okay.
Yeah.
Wonderful.
So, but this is just the pictures, but that's an offer, and we really would appreciate it if this panel would listen to the authors of these of this particular part of the report. It's one of the things we just want to show, how comprehensively that we looked at in terms of this project as well, in terms of the contribution that we want to make. We were talking about earlier about in the value that we create. This looks at the total number of freeway trips per month. It's the number of sort of journeys that people do, and the frequency of the trips per month over here. And you can see what the pictures are in terms of the quintiles that we were talking about. The quintile 5s and the quintile 4s, that which contribute. And there's somewhere a number in this report that, if I get it wrong, Alex, you're going to correct me, please, that 94% of the people of the revenue that we generate on this particular GFIP comes from this 5th quintile. Based on this kind of analysis that you see over here, and a further 4% comes from the 4th quintile around this. So it's 99% of it comes from those 2 particular quintiles. Now, then there's the freeway kilometers traveled in the month, in millions of, the unit being 1 million, and then by the quintiles again. Now this is interesting that you can see here again as to what the quintile 5s actually do travel. They travel the most on this particular road. So the question that which was arising in terms of those in-between people, hey, we better find another phrase, Chris. The in-betweeners, all right? The in-betweeners. They don't feature here. But as I said, Chair, you know, the authors will come and give the greater detail around.
And see, can't we get a better term than in between people?
That's what I said to
Please,
Prof. We
please.
definitely need a better term, man. We definitely need, and I don't, you know, I mean, there's always the issue about the definition.
Okay.
First time car users.
Say again?
First time car users.
Oh yeah, that would
Maybe
better.
maybe that's
a
another
better
phrase that one.
Yeah,
we
that's a
can
better
use,
term.
Chair, look, I'm not going to go through the next two slides we've spoken, but what I'm going to do, I'm going to ask Andrew. He's got some comments to make on the benefit cost ratios and that, and
Okay.
perhaps just to address the panel. Andrew, by the way, was part of the team as well, which did the economic impact study.
Right.
Andrew?
Wonderful. Thanks very much, Andrew. Would you just take a seat somewhere there?
Andrew.
Oh, there is.
Thank you, Nazir. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Okay.
Folks, I was responsible in the cost-benefit study, not for all the very detailed analysis, but for the framework, which was really addressing the question, why do you toll? And the answer to the question, why do you toll, has really got two components, an efficiency component and an equity component. And the efficiency component, I think, has been answered very, very effectively by Professor Standish here. But what I had to articulate was, under what policy umbrella is this being implemented? And there are really two policy umbrellas. There was the user pays principle from the white paper, which more really addresses the efficiency that government would like, as far as possible, for the people who benefit from an investment to pay for it largely. And the slide that Nazir has shown just now on the quintiles shows that not only is it the people who use it, but it's very largely the higher income group people who pay. So the user pays principle is very aptly applied in this case, because it's shifting the burden away from lower income people to upper income people. But the other purpose, and I think a purpose which has really been underestimated, is the equity purpose. And that is what Nazir was referring to earlier when he mentioned the National Land Transport Act. Now, I had to articulate that in the report, and I think I didn't really appreciate at the time in 2010 how important it was. And I confess, I didn't speak up loudly enough because I didn't realize how important it was going to be. But the NLTA makes it clear that the method of funding transport infrastructure should be determined by whether or not it prioritizes public transport. The aim of government under various of its acts is to prioritize a shift, if possible, away from private motoring towards public transport within metropolitan areas especially. So the NLTA would say, if there's a choice of funding methods, which is the one which is more likely to shift the playing field in terms of public transport? Now, if you continue to fund the freeway infrastructure either through fuel levy or by the fiscus generally, and it remains free at the point of use, then what happens is that you accelerate the current trend of migration out of public transport and into private cars. We are moving away. There's fewer or smaller proportion of Gautengers in public transport now than there was 25 years ago. But if we want to shift that, we have to find a way of funding the infrastructure that will somehow slow down that migration away and make it easier for the massive program of investment in public transport to work. So the answer is very clear, that funding the infrastructure by tolls is going to help mitigate the migration out of public transport. But if we fund it off the fiscus or fuel taxes, we will accelerate that process away and make it very, very difficult to achieve government's policy objectives. So from a policy point of view, as well as from a funding efficiency point of view, there's no choice. The tolling approach is the only approach that will help mitigate the progressive erosion of public transport use in the province. Thank you.
Well, thanks very much. Another comment? It's now at 7 minutes to 1. Yes, DJ?
Thanks. I don't know if it's on. Is it on? Oh, okay. No,
Yeah, super.
Thanks, Chairperson, and good morning. No, good afternoon to you and members of the panel. Just wanted to raise two issues. In fact, Andrew is the person that wrote the justification for Gautrain. So I thought, let me raise that. But secondly, it's just to echo the issues raised by Nazir earlier on in the morning about the correct capturing of media reports. Media people must just, if they have issues that truly they would want to clarify, please do so rather than misrepresent what the minister has said. And I think but I think people must just ask, and then they will get the necessary clarity. Thank you so much. Don't let me re-emphasize what Nazir said this morning. Okay. Thanks.
Well, thanks very much. Let's break for lunch then. Let's come back at 1:45, please. Thank you.
Okay, let's go. Sorry.
Good afternoon, colleagues. Let's Sanral has more presentations to make. I think we'll give them that chance, except to say that we'll need some time, at least an hour today, to engage with the presentation. So let's give the next hour to a presentation, but we'll, as a panel, need at least 1 hour to do that. We may, I'm just talking to colleagues, we may need more time with Sanral, but we'll discuss that later. Well, thanks very much to you. Over to you.
Okay, we will continue now with
We will continue now with the traffic studies, and
Yes.
it is aligned with more or less how the project evolved, the implementation of the different phases, and then how the traffic studies indicate what's happening with every phase that is implemented, and then also what will not happen if a phase is not implemented. We'll try to be brief on this. With the development of transport infrastructure, it requires significant forward planning. If you look at the planning and design, it's 5 years. Construction of these big projects are 3 years. So if you think of any new project or new freeway to be implemented, that's the sort of timelines you look at before that infrastructure is on the ground, 8 years. Then you also design infrastructure, at least the pavement, to last for 20 years. And when we look at capacity requirements in an urban environment for GFIP, we've looked at 10 years. But if you look at the project life cycle, you look over 50 years. So the traffic consider the current conditions at the time of the study, and then develop some sort of trends and predict what's going to happen in future. So it's pretty much looking in the crystal ball and use information available to determine more or less what would be the future situation be. So in 2007, this was after the committee report, we started with the development of the traffic model. So it was based on the 2006 information, which is then called the base year model for this project.
Sorry, I forgot, sorry. We have the acting DG of Gauteng with us. Thanks very much, Taba, for being here. Thank you.
The initial GFIP traffic model was based on the Gauteng Transport Study, or the GTS 2000 model that is from the Gauteng province, and it's what's referred to as the ME2 model. This traffic model was then updated, focusing on highway assignment modeling, very technical. But what it looked at was the calibration of the network operations and route choice input variables based on new journey time survey data, because the GTS model was 2000, so 2006-07 information was used. The incorporation of updated land use data on forecast, we went back with to all the metropolitan councils, look at their approved land use rights, and then what of these rights have been implemented, what's in process to be implemented, and what potentially may happen in future. The calibration of the trip generation and trip distribution functions, and then over 600 traffic counts. What's important with any traffic model is to set the base year model as close as possible to accurate, the actual conditions out there, and that would be the traffic counts that serves as a measure for that. The model is indicated on this slide. This is basically the area that is covered in the model. The dark blue lines indicates the freeway, higher order roads. It also reflects some of the GFIP Phase 2 freeways. That's, for instance, PW15, that's the PW14 that's been mentioned a couple of times, PW5 and PW9. So if you look at the model that was developed, it's a Saturn model. So it is, the information is based on the ME2 model, but it included 900 traffic zones, 22,000 road links, 6 user classes, 3 for light and 3 for heavy vehicles, and then 5 different times of the day. Normally when traffic models are done, there's just a focus on maybe a morning peak or an afternoon peak, depending on what might be the highest peak period. But for this model, as was reflected also in economic studies, we need to model it for the different times of the day to determine what would be the benefits. The calibration was the land use data, the Gauteng household survey trip data to determine average trip lengths, journey time data from the freeways and alternative routes. So these were physically measured, how long it takes you in certain times of the day to do a specific route. The traffic model then has different horizon years. The question was asked, traffic is growing, vehicle ownership is growing. So the horizon models that were developed was the 2011 model, 2015, 2020, and 2025, which basically gives us that 20-year lifespan. The forecasts are based on the already approved land use rights, potential land use rights, and then we've modeled various different scenarios. So it's the base year to calibrate the model, the current network without any tolling, the current network tolled, and then the future road network, including future GFIP phases, which includes all these portion 2 or phase 2 of GFIP K54, PW14, PW9, and then also PW5 and N17. I think what's important about how this thing was developed was, I've mentioned yesterday that it was done in what we've called clusters. This was the traffic modeling cluster, which comprised of members from the Gauteng province, the metropolitan councils, because everybody on that work group were people involved with traffic modeling and understood modeling. And this model is also now used by many of the consultants and the other authorities if they need to investigate any impact of a development and want to do future planning. I'm going to hand it over now to Alan Robinson, that was actually the person that did the model, just to explain a few slides.
Thank you, Alex, and thank you very much for the opportunity to present here. One of the uses is to test various scenarios in what-ifs. And for example, one of the things we had a look at is different toll strategies. In other words, where do you put the gantries? Where do you get the least negative impacts? The second thing is have a look at the different toll tariffs. What happens if you get different toll tariffs? For example, here, these are just numbers of gantries, and we raise the tariff by 10 cents at a time, and what happens at different gantries number 1 to 10 for here, you get this diversion or different attraction rates. We're looking at here. So you do get a bit of a problem around that one gantry here, number 5, but generally you're still looking at about 90% of the traffic will stay on the road at that sort of level. And we do that for different times of day. Then obviously once we've got the after toll traffic volumes, that goes into determining the revenue streams. It also goes into see what is affordable. For example, if you keep increasing the tariff, you actually make more and more money with this sort of diversion. To a point of about 85%, you keep increasing your revenue stream. So, but in terms of affordability, it came right down. It also provides a base for all the economic studies in terms of travel times for each scenario. And then obviously the traffic forecasts on each piece of road goes into the infrastructure design and interchange layouts. One of the things that we need to, well, we've been fortunate enough to be able to do is to work out how well this model can actually perform forecasts. And fortunately, what we've managed to do is we produced, as we said earlier, a 2015 forecast. And from the gantries, we got data, comprehensive data that's never been seen before. So we could use that to actually test how well this model's actually performing. And what we've got here is two graphs. One in terms of traffic volumes. This is, I think, class A2, which is the light vehicles. Now, considering this was based on 2006, we're looking at a 9-year forecast. This is through the different gantries, how well the model is producing representative traffic counts. One thing you'll notice with people with the keen eyes, there's a factor there of 1.14. In other words, we're looking at about 14% high in terms of our forecast, but then we're nearly 2 years between when the forecast, 2015, and the data, so we've still got growth to come in here. This also, our data doesn't include vehicles without number plates, so that gets it a bit closer. And then, yeah, we have had a recession, which we didn't foresee in 2006. So, in essence, when we look at all the vehicles, we're actually within 10%, which for a traffic model is, and in terms of international norms, where they hope for about 70% on year of opening, this is actually, we're quite proud of this. In terms of travel times, here we have a section of the freeway. This is, I think, from 14th Avenue right through to Proefplaats, I think it is, somewhere around there, where we model the actual journey time, how long it takes to get there. And one is the model and one is the actual measured through the gantries. Because we've actually picked up vehicles that go from one gantry through to all the way through to out the other side. So we've actually measured the times, and this is what the model predicting. And this is the speed as it gets a bit slower. But in general, to get this sort of result of a model is quite proud of it. And then finally, in the next slide, something that is, I don't think has ever been done, is to check the distribution of traffic through the system. Because one thing, you get counts. The other thing, you can do journey times, but you can't do distribution until now, where we've got the information off the gantries. And this, basically, if you look at the gantry to gantry movements between actual and modeled, you get a pretty good, you do get certain areas, which is fair enough. I mean, it is a model after all, but that is quite a phenomenal result. So what we're saying is we've got a very robust tool to test what-ifs and also to be able to produce results that can be used in further analysis. Just a quick, one of the things we're comfortable with this model in terms of the way trips are moving through it. We can say, right, what would happen now? Where would we be now if we didn't do anything? Because that's the point of departure. And everybody's saying, yeah, we did the GFIB. Well, what happens if we didn't? Well, we looked at all the sections of road, and we looked at both ways as an average. So normally in the off-peak, you're traveling 100, 110. In the other direction, you're not going that quickly. And what happens between the design years is you start this getting reduction, and this is the average in two ways. By now, we would be working at about 45 k's an hour, and that's taking into account that in the off-peak direction, you're still traveling at about 100. So in the peak direction, you're really crawling. In fact, in the not too distant future, we're back to where we would have been in 2006, where we were. What happens, you find it tailing off. It's not just a straight line. And the reason is the slower it gets, you get more suppression. People decide, forget it, I'm not going to travel at this time. I'll stop moving house. So you get to a sort of an asymptotic bottoming out. So, you know, somebody will say that it doesn't matter how congested it gets, it still takes me 2 hours. Well, it's true, but that we'll come to why it still takes 2 hours a bit later in this presentation. Thank you.
Okay, if we look at the project extent, and this slide is as old as the project, because this was what was discussed in the work group. And there's the core network, and sorry, colors are not this clear on the slide, but the sort of lighter reddish color, which is the existing core network. Mostly a Sanral network, apart from the R21 that was a Gauteng province network. So This is the first phase of the GFIP, the upgrade of that, and that is what happened already, 201 kilometers. Then what's in the darker red color, that is completely new routes. And the intention is that to create outer rings, to better distribute traffic, and also to have the ability to open up areas for development, and better, especially from the West Rand, which is poorly served with freeways compared to the East Rand that's well served with freeways, to encourage economic development on that side. That part of the N17, that was a project that was already implemented between Soweto. It was a joint project between Sanral, the Gauteng province, and the city of Johannesburg, and was opened before the World Cup, and also gives access to the stadium. As I've said, the rest of the roads have been upgraded. The blue are freeway sections that hasn't been upgraded and may potentially be upgraded in the future. And just to give you an indication, that is the N14, although it's an en route, it's Gauteng province route. This is the N14 to the West Rand, also Gauteng province. The M1 Gauteng province. This is the N12 Gauteng province. That's N12. That was actually now already completed as part of Sanral. That is a Sanral section on the N4, and then Sanral section here on the N3. So it's a mixture of roads. The new routes, apart from this N17, all falls under the jurisdiction of the Gauteng provincial government. Before the construction of the GFIP could commence, all the environmental approvals had to be obtained. This was also raised in the court cases about the environmental processes that we embarked on. It included the normal notification to the public and give the public opportunity to raise issues. We were required to address and mitigate issues by the environmental authorities, as was proposed by the environmental specialists. Obviously, things like noise, a big issue. So we use special pavements to reduce, of pavement surfaces to reduce the noise. At places you'll see noise berms and walls were constructed. And various measures where we cross rivers and so on. The EIA included within the requirements of the Act also community participation, also looked at social impacts, but this EIA process doesn't focus on toll. The toll declaration process focuses on the issue of tolling. The EIA process focuses on the issue of the infrastructure that will be created and the direct impact of that infrastructure. Social impact study was also undertaken by Dr. Neville Buse and Associates, and that's also included in the pack. Talking about procurement processes, we follow procurement process as per the requirements of government in terms of the PFMA. What I would say 99% of authorities use and need to follow is the CIDB, Construction Industry Development Board, their standard documentation and requirements, which specifies which contractor can tender for specific jobs in terms of their CIDB grading. I think what's important is that South Africa is participating globally in tenders. Our contractors tender globally, but we are not a closed economy and we are not preventing others from tendering here. This tender process I'm referring to now is the roads upgrading tenders, not the toll tender. We will focus on that a bit later in the presentation. It was the most, I would say, commonly used model. Normal, we've done the design, prepared a schedule of quantities, put out the tender documents, the contractor tender, so it's the add, measure, procurement model. So we first went through a tender process for the appointment of design consultants, and then thereafter it was quite a process to manage 15 different projects and project teams simultaneously in a very short space of time, completing the design on this 200 kilometers within a year. So we done that through a cluster system to coordinate the designs. And when you travel on the freeways, it doesn't look like 15 different projects. It looked like one sort of design standard that was applied in terms of the lighting, the barriers, the retaining walls, and so on. Then we went through a pre-qualification process for the bulk of the construction works, and then out on tender on that, where after construction for the 2 or 3 year construction periods commenced on the different projects. For these type of projects, all basically in excess of R1 billion in value, the CIDB requires that only the highest category of contractors can tender, the 9 CE rating. What we've done in the pre-qualification and also down the line was actively promote JVs and small contractor involvement. And there's been a lot of smaller contractors that actually developed through this process, and at the end of GFIP walked out with higher CIDB gradings and were able to tender on larger projects. This, I think, was covered. I don't know if you want to talk about this. Again, this was the collusion issues.
Yeah, I'm hoping that yesterday when we spoke about the collusion and the action that we're taking, that we've satisfied the panel regarding that particular question.
Okay. Thank you.
The first phase, the first 201 kilometers, this is what it actually comprised. The widening and upgrading of freeways, 201 kilometers, that is centerline kilometers. If we look in total what we've added, 585 additional lane kilometers. So if you add up all the lanes on this 201 kilometers that are new, it is basically the equivalent of about 150 kilometers of new freeway in the province. Just taking that divided by 4, which is the equivalent of a 2-lane per direction freeway. So it's substantial additional road capacity that was created. We fully reconstructed 265 lanes. I don't know if you can recall the R21 to the airport that was completely failing. The structure was failing, and basically most of the time one lane was closed for repairs. The whole of the R21 was completely reconstructed. The whole of the network received new road surfacing. 34 interchanges were significantly upgraded. We've constructed 4 new directional ramps, like the Gululis one, this one at the R21, and then south of Jan, another 2. 47 new bridges, widening of 134 existing bridges, 186 kilometers of freeway lighting, 127 kilometers of concrete median barriers, and then the implementation of ITS. So the whole network is covered by CCTV cameras, variable message signs to do the intelligent transport systems from our central operations center. So it has been not just a project, it was an intervention. From where we were in 2008, we couldn't go section by section, because if we've upgraded 5 kilometers on the N1 between Pretoria and Johannesburg, and 2 years later another 5 kilometers, there's no benefit, because when going from 6 lanes into from 8 lanes into 6 lanes of per direction, 4 lanes into 3 lanes, that is the bottleneck. So you need to open up the whole of the network. And this was also why the economic studies and the traffic studies clearly showed that the biggest benefit for the network is to upgrade firstly the existing, to open up the bottlenecks, because they are where all the traffic is at the moment. The new freeways will open up new areas for development and will relieve some of the pressure on these roads. During construction, there were about 20,000 people employed. Future maintenance will continue to provide sustainable job opportunities, as well as the future phases, providing direct and indirect employment opportunities in the construction industry. These are just SMME information. The amounts are there, and not going into detail, but as I've stated, a lot of development under SMMEs and money going into that and building that industry to introduce new role players in the construction industry. So that first phase was completed in 2012, as was stated earlier. About 1 million people or more, but that's a conservative figure, are using this network on a daily basis, and it continues to grow. It was implemented as a result of the funding method available. Discussions in Gauteng has taken place for 15 years to upgrade this network, and what was preventing it from happening was, where do we get the money? So apart from just the construction, the upgradings, there's the routine road maintenance contracts of about 120 million per year. And that is fixing of guardrails, potholes. These teams are 24 hours responsible for the road. If there's an accident, they go and clean up. If there's a guardrail taken out, they attend to it. And if there's potholes, they fill it up. So they're also looking at littering. You will not believe how many tons of litter we pick up per year from this network. Lighting is a big challenge for us. We've got various security physically patrolling the network to keep the lights on, to prevent vandalism and theft. And then there's the periodic maintenance. And if you look at periodic maintenance, this is the future down the line cost. As Nazir earlier explained, that if you don't do proper maintenance, then it's going to cost you more. So this is all worked into the financial model. And there are overlays scheduled to take place from 2020 to 2022 of about 3 billion rand. And then, as we've said, the pavement life cycle or total lifespan is about 20 years. So by 2030 to 2032, a complete reconstruction of the pavement layers is required. So that's another 8.6 billion. All of that provided and for in the financial model for the project. The ITS and incident management is extremely important. We can have 10 lanes per direction, but with a single accident, the advantage and the benefit of those 10 lanes is gone. So it's very difficult just to prevent accidents, but what we can do is we can identify these accidents earlier, send out dedicated vehicles to firstly make it safe, to prevent a secondary accident from happening, and then from there on attend also to the injured people on the scene and clear the incident as quickly as possible. So we measure from our control center the timeline, identifying incidents with various equipment, including the CCTV cameras, and then we send out these vehicles, heavy vehicle towing vehicles, light vehicle towing vehicles or rollbacks. And then these are incident management vehicles go out to make the scene safe. There's a paramedic in that vehicle. And then we've got the medics on bikes. If it's congested, they can get there very quickly. So it's really to get there as quickly as possible, make it safe, and then if more heavy stuff is required, like ambulances and your fire and all of that, then they will come in and clear the incident. We've attended, provide medical, we've managed to reduce the duration of incidents with about 30% in terms of what we are measuring with, through all of this. Part of this is to involve all the role players. Gauteng Province, Ekurhuleni, Tshwane and Johannesburg Metro Police are sitting in the control center because they need to send out their vehicles as well to these incidents. We've attended to 8,820 incidents since April 2013. It's now maybe a bit more. And paramedic assistance was provided to 3,400 of these incidents. It's a free service. It's not paid. You get help. Doesn't matter who you are, whether you're a registered e-tag user. Everybody gets this service. And
No, we're not like the private medical companies.
And so we get extremely positive feedback. You can imagine if you're traveling alone and your car breaks down in the middle of the night and there's a vehicle parking behind you assisting you with whatever. So it's not only about attending to incidents, but it's also the safety security factor of somebody that's watching 24/7 what's happening on the freeways. if we look at this slide, and just to look at the impact of the improved freeway network in Gauteng, not going through all these numbers, but this is what is coming out of Alan's traffic model. But this is for the AM peak hours, so this is not the total savings. But for that peak period, 81,000 vehicle hours are saved as a result of the freeway upgrades that were already implemented. Now, what you'll see is that if you compare the do-nothing model, if you haven't done anything, the congestion will be building up. And as a result, with the saving increases over time. So by 2025, that saving is 492,000 hours. So what it is about is saving time. Apart from the direct out-of-pocket savings, less stop-start, and I think the information that Barry gave in the economic model, the out-of-pocket, also closely goes back to that slide about the AA that did physical tests on the 1600 vehicle, which was shown on Tuesday. So what's happening with average speeds on the freeways and the alternative routes? So as Alan stated, the average shows both directions what is happening. So if you look at the freeways and if you look at the alternative routes, this is what it looks like before. With the improvements that is done, the average speeds obviously improve on the freeway network. That is not taking into consideration that there's any tolling taking place. Now, this makes a lot of sense because there's a huge demand on the network. We've got congestion on all the roads in the network. So now, on a high mobility link, a freeway, an additional lane or 2 or 3 lanes per direction was added, so that capacity became available, and there's a lot more capacity and higher speeds. But what's also happening on the alternative route network, there's a relief of the congestion. So traffic moved off the alternative route network onto this new freeway capacity that was created. And as a result, the average speed on the alternative route network also increased. If you then introduce tolling, and this is what is referred to as the attraction or diversion factor, then firstly the road attracted a lot of traffic, the blue line, the yellow line. But because it is for free, it will attract more vehicles because it is not, there's not a user charge. But if the user charge is applied, then it means some of that traffic moves back to the alternative route network. And therefore the average speed on the freeway network increases, and there is a slight decrease there. But what's important is that for both networks, there's a net benefit. And maybe it's one of the most difficult things, but one of the most logical things is if you talk about diversion, and that the diversion is the net effect. It is not comparing what the situation on the freeways were in 2006 and now to say on the alternative route network it's worse than what it was in 2006. There was traffic growth taking place on all these networks. It is the net effect of the additional road capacity on the freeway that attracted more traffic from the alternative route network than what will go back to the alternative route network as a result of tolling. And maybe to better think about this is what will happen on the alternative route network if we don't have tolling but we close the additional lane. What will happen then on the alternative route network? We will show a slide where it's like a pipe of water. There can be only so many cars that can come through on this freeway network per hour. Then it gets to gridlock. So if it cannot come through on this pipe, it goes back to all these small little pipes. That is the rat racing that's taking place through your your residential areas and any other place. Okay, Alan.
This slide, what it demonstrates is the whole concept of comparing 2015, okay, looking at what would have happened on the, subtracting the difference between what would have happened had we not upgraded versus what is happening now. And what you find, the green bands are, you can see them clearly marking the freeways. And the green bands show where there's an increase in traffic. Okay, so basically your main ring roads, your Ben Schoeman, your R21, even the N14. So if there's an increase in traffic, now remember we're comparing the same traffic demand on two different networks. So if there's an increase in traffic on the freeways, there's logically a reduction in traffic on some other road. And that's highlighted by the blue lines. So in other words, to generate all of this traffic, you find there's a lot of blue, much smaller. So there's a small effect of traffic coming off the internal arterials onto the highways. One thing we also find, and we'll show, we've got another slide, that if you, it's a bit hard to see, but if you look at all the links onto the freeway, those are also green. Now, obviously, to get traffic onto the freeway, they've got to get there. So the routes going in and to and from the freeways do generate more traffic. But then, as part of the deal was to upgrade sections of arterials leading to the freeways as part of the contract. So by generating more traffic on the highways, reducing traffic on the arterial roads, that's where in the previous graph you saw that net improvement in travel speeds. And one thing you must remember is your public transport operate predominantly in these roads. So by upgrading and tolling, even with the tolling, we're actually promoting the use of public transport. There we go.
The improved freeway infrastructure was a catalyst for economic growth and job creation, urban densification. I think we all know what the impact was of this period of recession, but which was actually slap bang in the middle of this project. We started before the recession, we ended in the recession, and I think since then we still struggle to recover. So these slides just very quickly gives an indication of what's happening in areas where upgrades have taken place. So this is Allendale Interchange. You can see there's the interchange there, what it used to look like. This is what it looks like now. That was in 2007. This is with the upgraded interchange. This is the whole of the Waterfall City and this area that's under development. If you just look at what is planned for that area, what you cannot see as yet, it is a massive upgrading of infrastructure that's taking place there. This is on the R21. The R21 suddenly became the development corridor. I'm not showing all the applications for development along this corridor. This one is just there in the vicinity of the airport where there's a deviation roundabout there, where a new underpass is constructed by the developer. But this is what is everything that is planned in that area. We talk about literally hundreds of thousands of additional GLA added. This is Linwood Interchange. It was half diamond interchange. This is what it looks like now. The whole of the Linwood Bridge came as a direct result of this interchange. This was part of the whole package deal with obtaining those properties. Apart from what's happening there, this shopping center has been upgraded as well. Then Gasfontein Interchange. There wasn't an interchange in the past there. It was upgraded to this single point interchange. All this development taking place there. All that development taking place there. And then Mainland Main, which is one of the biggest development zones, just picking up from that stage onwards. And there's much more in plan there. I'm not going to go through all of them. You can just take a look for yourselves. Our development increased from 2007 to now. This is Rivonia interchange. You cannot see the development, but a lot of development has taken place in the Sunning Hill area as a result of that. Alan.
Again, coming from the model, one thing we have to look at is the vehicle operating costs, because that has a direct bearing on route choice. And just to give some idea, we were talking how many thousands of hours we would be wasting if we were sitting in congestion. I just took these are sort of average figures we've taken from a publication called Fleet Watch, which is a trucking thing. And we made a few assumptions in terms of cars and things, but for every hour that a truck is standing in congestion, you're paying about 316 Rand. Now, that's about 3,000 Rand a day, and then versus about the 9 Rand 87 per kilometre that they operate on. Now, we're talking, just following on from Barry's figures, or sort of benefits, and turning how much does the tolls contribute. It's a lot less than one truck standing for an hour. But this is just to give some perspective as to what the cost of congestion would be, and then applying these figures to those savings, what a benefit the expansion of these highways has been.
If you now look, this is a typical graph and very technical, but basically it's the timeline of the day. And what it means is traffic is building up in the morning. So 5 o'clock, there's very little vehicles on the network. It builds up, and then you've got the morning peak hour, and then it builds up, and this is obviously the peak direction. This is the off-peak in the morning and the peak in the afternoon. So a road has a capacity. If there are 3 lanes in a direction, it's close to about 6,000 vehicles that you can get through that, the water and pipe analogy. So this is now the peak hour, and this is in 2007, how this peak hour extended. So it hits that capacity, and you cannot get more cars through it. So all that's happening is the peak is becoming longer. It's growing to the sides. So if nothing was done about the freeways, this is with the 2013 volumes, it hits that capacity, and you will see that the peak hour and those conditions are now much longer. And then even throughout the day, you are close to peak conditions. With the road upgradings, you provide additional capacity. So the 6,000 goes to about 7,200 if a lane is added. And instead of what we had with the previous one, the peak becoming longer, it accommodates that peak. And therefore, you've got much more capacity available, and you've got better vehicle operating speeds. This is just to give an indication what happened areas of the interchanges. For instance, William Nicol was operating excellently just after it was upgraded. That interchange, across the interchange, not the freeway, across the interchange, have now 41% more traffic going through there. So we've said that as a result of the road upgradings, there's developments that are taking place in the vicinity of the interchanges. But apart from that, there's much more traffic coming towards the freeway, and there's much more traffic going through on the crossroads. William Nicol specifically, the 2 roads, crossroads, just to those 2 sides of the interchange on William Nicol itself, we've been discussing with Johannesburg Roads Agency what can be done there, because it's causing a bottleneck through the interchange and back onto the freeway. But you can see these increases in volumes that has taken place through these interchanges post the upgrade. And others also did studies. This is out of Engineering News, Tom. They've looked at average speeds on the N1 section between Pretoria and Johannesburg. And they indicated the improvements in travel time, the improvements in average vehicle speeds, increasing to between 65 kilometers and 110 from 10 to 85. So there was a big improvement also based on other people's data and the use of probe vehicle information. Yeah, I think that what's important here is just to look at the reduction in the time it takes you to travel. And that's once again a major important factor in the financial model or the economic model, is the saving in time as a result of increased vehicle speeds. And at the time, in many instances, halved from before to after in this peak hour. There's the IBM's Global Commuter Pain Survey. There's also interesting information coming out of that. And at least Johannesburg is not the most congested city in South Africa. Now it's Cape Town. If we now start talking about GFIP future phases, and we look from before to post GFIP, we've got about 30% upgrade in increase in traffic in the peak hours, just because of this additional capacity that's available. The bulk of this increase is attraction from the alternative or supporting roads. So it's not a real growth. It is, we had a recession period which reduced traffic growth, but we also had a major latent demand on this rest of the network. So when this was opened up, a lot of traffic moved to the freeways. If you look at major roads in Gauteng, now I'm not talking about local streets, there's about 2,600 kilometers of arterials, of which GFIP is 201. The future phases of the GFIP, depending on which ones you include, between 137 and 151 kilometers, those are the ones, the darker red ones that it's already delayed, especially PW14 here to relieve the N3 and Galulis interchange is much needed, as well as for the future development of the airport, and that's why it's also part of the SIP projects. But these phases are crucially required for the continued economic development of the province. The lead time to start with any of these phases, because it's greenfields projects and the EIA processes that you need to follow, land acquisition processes you need to follow, is in the order of 5 years. For some projects it might be longer, some may be a bit shorter, but I think that is a good indication what the lead time is before you can start with construction. And then there's another 3 years for construction. So it will play an important role in achieving sustainable mobility. That is exactly also what's stated in the ITMP 25 document. Future phases should be assessed in terms of achieving government's objectives with respect to integrated transport systems, economic growth and job creation. And currently this new network, apart from the N17, falls under the jurisdiction of Gauteng province. The last, what we've discussed was that the Gauteng Department of Economic Development would have investigated and drive the implementation of these new freeways. That was back in 2011. There is continuous interaction between us and the Gauteng Department of Public Works and Roads with respect to the priorities of this future network. From 2006, there was first a working group, and there's a table to identify if we need to prioritize these routes, what is the biggest priorities for the province? And that document is available from the Gauteng Department of Transport. The future GFIP phases are part of the transport solution for the movement and connecting of people. It's essential for the movement of services, people and goods. From an engineering perspective, it's urgently required to be implemented. Alan made the point that if this network choke, the supporting network choke as well. And the supporting network is mainly what is used by public transport. The absolute bulk of taxi and bus is taking place on that supporting road network. I think the reality is there's been a doubling of vehicles in Gauteng over the past 20 years. There is very, very little additional road construction that has taken place on the alternative route network. Within the metros, very little has taken place. The ITMP 25 also identified the need, and hopefully we'll get to that, the need for massive expansion of the arterial road network, which is referred to by Gauteng province as the K route network. Those are your bigger roads like the William Nichols. There's a huge network planned for Gauteng. All the vehicles cannot only travel on the freeways, it must travel on an integrated network that was planned already 30 years ago, 40 years ago for Gauteng, and it is still protected for implementation. ORT provides a mechanism to implement this infrastructure and also to promote the objectives of transport, public transport. If we just go back now and we say impact of expanded freeway network in Gauteng, including the future GFIP phases, then that figure goes up to 661,000 vehicle hours that are saved. So I've said these are the very important calculations that are considered in the economic analysis as well. So looking at the future freeway network, we've indicated how the speeds will continue to drop. So that is with the existing one, and with the implementation of future phases, then at least you lift the average speeds on the network, both for the alternative route network as well as the freeway road network. If we talk about alternative funding models, and this is just to illustrate a different way of looking at it. This is the Gauteng province transport budget. This is the estimated costs for upgrading, and just remember this can be anything because it depends what the upgrading is, but this was typically GFIP upgrading, and this is the estimated cost for implementing a completely new road, about 140 billion. In the budget for Gauteng province, there's 2.1 billion for this year, 2.2 next year, and 2.3 the year thereafter. If all that money, nothing is spent on the maintenance or anything else, all of that is just capital expenditure on new freeways. There can be 15 kilometers, 16 kilometers, 17 kilometers constructed, just as an indication how long it will take if you dedicate out of the budgetary allocations that are currently available, everything just to construct the new freeways. And this is what the ITMP 25 indicated. It was done for province, that there is simply not enough money to address the PWB network, the new freeways, as well as the K route network that is required for the province. Moving on to tolling and standards in South Africa. Very quickly, first modern toll plazas in the mid-80s. It was mostly non-urban. Then we started with urban tolling. The first one was on the N17 and also Marion Hill in Durban. And then in 2000, the Bakwena toll project, which is a concession project, was investigated and under implementation. And we started investigating best international practice for electronic toll technology, which basically came into life in the mid-90s with the first all-electronic toll road in Canada. We had the advantage that we could learn from what happened in the rest of the world, and there's different technologies, and we wanted to ensure that there's a single technology standard selected. So we've put standards out there, because if you have different standards, it means if you go through this toll plaza, you need to have this tag in your window. If you go through that toll plaza, you need to have a different tag in the window. So we wanted to promote full interoperability. In 2001, the Platinum Toll concession was awarded, which included urban tolling. It's now operating for about 12 years. And the standard that was adopted already back in 2001 is the 5.8 gigahertz CEN standard. That is the European standard. So that is the standard they use all over Europe. This is not a product-specific standard. This is a technology-specific standard. So there are various technology providers, but they must comply with the standard. So what it means is that you can buy a reader from one technology provider, but you can buy a tag from another technology provider, and as long as they both in accordance with the standard, the tag from this technology provider can be read by the reader from another one. So you don't get bought into a service provider, you buy into a standard. And this is the standard which is now regarded worldwide to be sort of the best standard to use. I've talked about having one tag in the country, but we went further. And we've said that we also want one account, and that is central clearing. It's a very important concept. It is, if you talk about retail, it's like going to buy at ShopRite, and you pay there, and they are linked to this bank. So you must have an account with this bank to pay if you want to pay with this credit card. And then you go to Pick n Pay, and no, sorry, they've got an account with another bank, so you must set up an account with that bank. It cannot work that way in a retail environment. So you've got a bank, and every retailer is linked to that bank. The one account is a similar concept, that you create an account once, and whether you go through a Bakwena toll plaza, whether you go through the GFIP, whether you go through any of the other toll plazas eventually, if you want to go through an e-tag lane, that lane is linked back to the single account. So this tag in your vehicle is read by this reader in that lane, linked back to your single account. So you only need to top up one account, and that is it. This is the biggest issue that other countries have at this stage, is to integrate different accounts, because different toll projects concessionaires have their own accounts, which make it very difficult for users. So we are in process. This is a photograph of Bakwena toll plazas where electronic toll collection is already implemented. So this technology is also installed at other toll plazas countrywide. It will go live soon. That integration, the software integration has been completed, as well as the hardware integration, and testing is underway. It increases the throughput to about 700 to 900 vehicles can go through an electronic lane, whereas this lane, you can see the backup of vehicles in this lane can handle 250 to 300 vehicles. So on the N1 North, it's currently available up to Carousel Plaza, but soon it will be available all the way, and then a national rollout is taking place. One of the reasons why we've decided to go this route is that we do experience capacity constraints at our existing toll plazas. And you can go two routes. The one is to get more vehicles through a lane. That is the electronic toll collection concept, or you can build more lanes. The cost of expanding our lanes versus encouraging electronic toll payment, it's going to be 1.7 billion rand for toll plaza expansions if automated lanes are not implemented. Then there's also land costs involved to obtain land to implement all of this. We've discussed open road tolling, but I just quickly want to cover the different options that were considered. Once again, we had a cluster between the authorities, and we've looked with the modeling for different options. The one is a closed system. What a closed system means is that there's a toll gantry at every on-ramp and every off-ramp. So when you get on, you register that you're going on, and when you go off, the exact distance is calculated and you pay that toll. So somewhere where you enter the network, you will go through a gantry, and where you exit the network, you will go again. Then there's an open system where what we have normally throughout South Africa, where, like for instance, on the N17, there's a toll plaza there, a Dull Park, and there's a toll plaza there. So you can enter in between and travel in between without going through a plaza. But if you go through that plaza, you're paying the full toll tariff. Now, the advantage of the closed system is that it's very precise in terms of the tariff that is payable. The disadvantage is that instead of having 40 gantries, we would have had about 160 gantries. So the capital cost to implement, as well as the number of transactions to process, is much, much higher. We then opted for a directional open system. And that was the offset that I've explained, where one plaza is there and one plaza is there. And we found a balance between a closed system and an open system in terms of equitability as well as cost of implementation and operations. So we found this to be sort of the optimum strategy with these toll points spaced at about 10 kilometers apart. What is happening at the toll gantry? The vehicle is going through underneath. Then the reader reads an e-tag, if there's an e-tag in the vehicle. It photographs the front of the vehicle and extracts the number plate. It classifies the vehicle in terms of its size. It takes a photograph from the top of the vehicle. And then it reads the vehicle from the back, a photograph to extract the number plate, and verifies all the information, and it goes through. So all of this obviously takes place at normal speed, and you can try to go through there at 200 kilometers an hour. It will still read all of that. Now, just something which we don't cover, and normally we cover it in other presentations. This information, we read 2.5 million number plates per day. It is a wealth of information which we share in many instances with the police. We provide a lot of information to assist there. And also through the system, we can detect potential cloned license number plates or duplicate number plates through algorithms in the system where it detects the same number plate at more than one place. There are dedicated actions also now in terms of duplicate number plates and no number plates for enforcement. And that's where we work with the Gauteng Department of Community Safety on that, as well as the National Prosecuting Authority. We also, just interest sake, we've detected a vehicle which was thought to be a cloned vehicle, but then we saw it is the same vehicle. It was traveling between Allendale interchange and Rivonia through the Bukley interchange, that sharp bend, at an average speed of 212 kilometers. It was a black Mercedes. No blue light on it. All right. For the open road toll system, the procurement model, it's also we use this is an international contract model, FIDIC. For this model, it was the design, build, and operate model, which is normally used for the implementation of systems linked to operational contracts. So the contract or the tender specifies what the contractor must produce, and then the contractor is measured in terms of his design if it is producing that, and then the contractor operates his own system, so you can blame nobody else for the system he's operating. So a process of pre-qualification started off where different sections of or fields, for instance, roadside equipment and transaction clearinghouse and all of that was pre-qualified. And then we pre-qualified also the main implementer of the contract, and then they've made up teams out of all the pre-qualified subcomponents and a main contractor to submit a bid. There were also separate tenders for the banking interface and banking costs. There was a retailer tag distribution tender, and also the contractor himself had to go through various procurement projects for sub-services to be delivered. these costs, like banking costs and all of that, is included as provisional sums. So although the procurement is taking place in terms of the procurement requirements of the PFMA, the contractor remains responsible the banking interface, and it remains responsible for tag distribution and all of that. For the ITS, the CCTV and the operations thereof, we also use the design, build, operate contract model. The contract model is a remeasurable contract, and what's very important is that this comes back to the question, how does the contractor get compensated? Now, FIDIC is an international model, which Sanral used the different types of FIDIC contracts for road construction as well as for this contract. So it allows that items are measured and paid for if and when it occurs. So a contractor will provide a price, a tendered price, for instance, to answer an inquiry. So at the end of the month, you measure how many inquiries the contractor answered, and then the contractor is paid in terms of the actual work done. It's not a lump sum. The contract is fully scalable, so if there is high activity, the contractor must upscale. If there is lower activity, the contractor must downscale. The contractor does not receive the toll revenue. The contractor submits a payment certificate like any contractor, whether it's for road building or for operations at our other toll plazas, will submit a certificate based on his tendered rates, and those tendered rates are measured by what is referred to the employer's representatives or the consultants doing the supervision of the contract. So there's a whole process of submitting the monthly actual items, which get certified before payment. For this contract, it consisted out of a design and build component, that is for the project implementation. Now, I'm talking about the toll system. It's everything, the toll gantries and the buildings, all of that was constructed through other contracts. We're talking here about the readers, the cameras and all of that, as well as then the software system and all the hardware that goes along with that. Then it allows for toll operations. For that component, roadside system, back office and so on the tolling side, the equipment there reading the transactions is 8 years. The 8 years more or less goes hand in hand with the lifespan of hardware and software when upgrades are required. For the transaction clearinghouse, which is the billing component, the banking component, accounting component of the project, it's for 5 years from start of operations, and for the violation processing side of it, it is for 5 years. So that is the lifespan of the contract. It's not for 24 years, that is the time period for the debt repayment. This National Transaction Clearinghouse has a national objective. As I've said, it links up with all the other toll plazas, and the services provided then also need to handle this single account that holds the purse also to pay the toll transactions to other concessionaires or to the other toll plazas. If you look at the toll system, there are 3 components. It's the infrastructure, gantries and so on, the toll system, which is the hardware and software, and the operational cost. These are just figures to indicate what the toll gantries cost. That was 307 million plus 65 million for the platforms. These platforms are equipped to also double up for overload control measures. Nazir mentioned yesterday the importance of protecting the pavement and doing overload control. Then there's the customer service centers. These facilities are those that you will see at some of the interchanges. We also run the incident management services from there, the ITS, so those towing vehicles and so on are over there. And the objective was to have them within 12-minute reach of an incident. It does customer care from there, and is easy accessible for road users, 307 million. The communication backbone throughout this whole network, there's a fiber optic communication backbone with backup 3G communication and so on. There's a big challenge with vandalism and theft. That's why there's a lot of redundancy built into that. That's also done on a design, build, operate contract model. And it was an open tender process. I think I've covered this, what's happening at the Central Operational Center. Our ITS Control Center is there, as well as all the toll plaza operations, the back office, transaction clearinghouse, and the violation processing. Yeah, you're very welcome to visit. The panel can come and have an on-site visit to see what's happening in there. It's quite interesting to also see the ITS center with all the live feeds coming in from the road, and if there are incidents, monitoring the incidents from there. The ETC. If I look at just the ETC contract, the way it was awarded was as a joint venture. The joint venture is between Traffic Management Technologies and CAPS. That's local and that's international. The tender amount was 2.57 billion and lower than the next lowest tender offer, which obviously added a lot to the decision of awarding this tender. Following the award to this JV, they then registered as a South African company, ETC Pty Limited. So payments are made according to the applicable payment bands, and we will get back to explaining payment bands. The revenue is paid to the contractor. I think Nazir covered this quite in detail as well. But 99%, actually more, of people working on this project are local South Africans. So all the salaries, all the postage, all the printing, all other services, rates and taxes, everything is paid locally. So it's impossible for that money to so-called leave the country. It's only in the event that there is a profit, that there might be a profit share, a dividend paid out. The scope of the works, I don't think we need to go in detail exactly what's included, but it is in the slides, and you can go through everything to see what is included in that. Some of the customer services or the point of presence, we had 14 customer service centers, those smaller buildings, 16 permanent kiosks. These are like Voda shops or so at shopping malls. 25 mobile service centers and 20 mobile pay stations. There were a lot of temporary kiosks also at shopping centers that was placed there for the first couple of months. The TCH, or the Transaction Clearinghouse, has a call center handling all account inquiries, and it's also the place where financial transaction settlement is taking place. Violation processing is taking place. All of that is taking place at the Central Control Center. In terms of handling larger accounts, we embarked on a process we call key account holders. So we've got account management service for larger accounts. Now, what we started a long time ago engaging with the fleet banks and the vehicle rental companies. And they fully integrated their systems with the transaction clearinghouse. So Absa, FNB, Standard Bank, Nedbank, if you're a fleet card holder, you can register through the bank. So they are actually registered through the bank, and the bank is registered with us. And they're handling the transactions and the payments between that fleet card holder and ourselves. And then the vehicle rental companies, we started with these discussions, I think back in 2009 for integration, 2009-10 for integration of their systems with ours. So these vehicles are fitted with e-tags. The system is integrated, so if you return the vehicle at the airport, they determine from the transaction clearinghouse what was the usage for that customer. So the customer doesn't need to go afterwards to Sanral, a system which you will find in many other countries where your toll payment remains your responsibility for a rental car. So it's much easier for the user. There are other companies like BMW South Africa that also register their fleet as a key account. There are many more. All of them are not listed. We've started with operations on the 3rd of December. Currently, we've got about 1.2 million active registered account units. Toll system is stable. It never fell over. There's about 2.5 million different vehicles identified every month. We've got in the order of 750,000 individual vehicles identified per day, but everybody is not using the freeway every day. So at the end of the month, it adds up to about 2.5 million individual users. We're handling large volumes, especially after registration. After opening, there was queues at the customer service centers and so on. We do have other third-party issues, e-NATIS data that we need to use, issue of clone and duplicate number plates, or vehicle without number plates at all. So the cloned and duplicate number plates is not such a big issue as many people want to make it. However, the whole issue of no number plates. Before we commenced tolling, we were in a process of soft tolling, so there wasn't tolling taking place, but already at that stage, motorcycles were only 50% of them actually had number plates on the motorcycles. Also have other issues. This beginning of the year, as well as now, post office strike, we had attacks on the website affecting web accessibility and all of those. But these are things that we need to manage on a day-to-day basis and try to improve or manage a specific situation. The payment channels, there are multiple payment channels. You can automate it completely, which simplify the whole e-toll experience because there's nothing required from you to do actively. Everything happens automatically in accordance to the levels you set. So if you want to set a debit order, automated debit order, there's a level where it's automatically activated and you determine to what amount it must be topped up. So, but you can also do EFT, you can do cash payments at F&B branches, ATMs, or you can top up at the retailers. This is for registered users. There's also payment options for people that want to make payment but without having an account, but it's much easier if you've had an account. Some of the standard issues we have are the delays between when a payment is made through an EFT and when it reflects. That has nothing to do with the Sanral system, but is the normal interbank process. Also other issues of incorrect reference payments where somebody is paying an amount into the bank account but is not giving any reference for which vehicle or for which account it was. So those are the normal operational problems one experience. I think very importantly is that apart from collecting money for the GFIP, with this concept of interoperability, the vehicles registered on GFIP at this stage generates about 34 million for the Bakwena toll plazas. So this is funds that were previously collected either manually or through e-tags at Bakwena, which now is done on behalf of Bakwena through the Central Transaction Clearinghouse. As a result of this, where the number of e-tag transactions were in the order of about 10% at Zambezi and Stormville, it now increased to about 50 to 60% during peak hours. And it has a big effect on the delays at those plazas. They've opened up additional dedicated e-toll lanes and have various mixed lanes as well and those lanes are handling much higher volumes of traffic. So it resulted in much improved levels of service at those toll plazas, and it will further hopefully continue to improve as tag penetration improves. Claims and complaints, if you talk about a population of 2.5 million individuals, only a small percentage is still a lot of claims and complaints. But what we find is that 85% of those are an issue of understanding and is resolved by giving clarifications of the ones that we receive. And as we've said, it indicates that there should be more done to educate people to understand the system and what the discounts that's available, what they are. In terms of employment, open road tolling requires employment, not sitting in a toll collection lane, but sitting in the back office. So it's a high quality job, person working on a computer, and about 1,017 persons are given a job through this project for OLT operations. The toll tariffs at each of the toll gantries are provided in terms of the respective tariffs for that vehicle class. We've been through all the explanations of the standard tariff, the 58 cents, and then the e-tag discounted tariff, 48% discount. And then there's the issue of the alternative that is 3 times the standard tariff. Now, the reason for that is that there's a process to manage a non-compliant user in terms of sending post, in terms of any process that may follow-up process and so on. And the idea is definitely not for compliant users to pay more to subsidize these processes. So that is why it's much higher. But I think what's many times not well understood is that if you receive your invoice and you pay the invoice, then the 3 times actually goes almost exactly back to the standard tariff. So if you pay within 30 days, it reduces immediately with 60%, and you can register and pay the standard tariff. And then there's other discounts available as well. So it is the tariff that is applied, but then there are discounts to bring it back to the standard tariff. And then there's the monthly cap for registered e-tag users. The time of day discounts actually has a big travel demand management objective. This is for class B and C. And you will see that from 8:30 in the mornings, after the morning peak, up to before the afternoon peak, there's a 20% reduction on the standard tariff, not on the e-tag tariff. So it's 20% calculated on the standard tariff and is added to the e-tag tariff if you're traveling outside the 6 to 8:30 peak hours. And this is what was mentioned about congestion pricing, is to get vehicles not to travel in those time periods where you've got an oversupply of vehicles and where your system is under pressure. These are the monthly toll caps. For motorcycles, it's 250 Rand. For Class A2 vehicles, 450. For Class B, 1,750. And for Class C, 3,500 Rand. This slide we've showed previously about how the tariffs from the 2011 announcement reduced. The only thing I want to add on this slide is that if you take that 20% midday tariff for heavy vehicles, so a heavy vehicle with an e-tag is paying a rate of 46 cents for a medium heavy and 92 cents for a large heavy if traveling in the midday on the road network. Compare that to the full e-tag tariff. If you travel in peak hours, there's a big incentive for heavy vehicles to rather travel off-peak than right in the peak when they have a very big impact on the capacity of the road, because a heavy vehicle has a multiplying impact factor on road capacity. I've discussed the discounts on the alternate tariff. Then exemptions. I think this was discussed in detail about public transport exemptions. There are also emergency vehicle exemptions, so ambulances, private and provincial and metropolitan. And the Act allows people to apply for exemption for different categories of users and vehicles. During the steering committee, and the detail of this is in that steering committee report, we also compared the tariffs on the GFIP with international ones. We've used the direct conversion factors of our exchange rate to those currencies. Also using another one, the Big Mac index. And the bottom line, I mean, at that stage, I can't believe it, it was $4.95 for $1. It was good times, and that was as recent as 2011. This tariff, if we compare it to something very similar to South Africa, Santiago, Chile, that has a very similar network electronic toll collection system. It was one of the systems we've looked at when we've designed the system. Our tariffs are much lower as the tariffs for that network. So from comparable systems that were implemented the past 10, 15 years, the GFIP tariffs are from the lowest you will find in the world. This was also covered. VAT registered user can claim back VAT, and then the cost, if it's a business, are tax deductible, and Barry also reflected that in his presentation. We do have legal limitations. We must send the VPC invoice to the eNatus address database. We do have problems with some of these addresses that are not updated by either the owner when he relocates, or sometimes the owner did submit his updated information, but at the point where it's captured at the local authority or wherever, it's not done correctly. There's all the requirements in terms of the protection of privacy legislation that we need to adhere to. And then I'll hand over to Inge to just talk about the debt profile.
Thanks, Chair. Good afternoon. I think finances are mostly seen as a fairly challenging area. However, in my area of work, it's sometimes more challenging working with engineers. I'd like to keep this quick. If you've got more questions, I will be here afterwards if you've got any detail that you need. So I'll go through the basic principles of the way Sanral is structured. Nazir covered a lot of it this morning. So basically you've heard that we separate our business between toll and non-toll. The toll business is the easier one, which is most MBA engineers understand. Cash in the bank, you can spend it on roads. No cash in the bank, you can't spend it on roads. So that's the non-toll side of it. The toll side is where it becomes slightly more tricky. And you've heard that is only 15% of the Sanral business, but it keeps us busy. The toll revenue can only be used for toll roads. You've heard also that ring fencing, that's in terms of our legislation as well as the PFMA. We do have some other income, and you can see the details of that in our annual report, but that is really minimal. We try and get as most diverse investors investing in Sanral, and that is, of course, to limit our risk. So apart from the bonds that we've spoken about this morning, which is auctioned on the capital markets, we also try and get other money from anywhere else we can. So we do have a European Investment Bank loan of just over 1.2 billion rand. However, because all our income and all our expenditure are in rands, we stick to rands, so even this loan, even doing it with the European Investment Bank, we did it in a rand and we repay them in rands. So we've got no foreign exchange exposure, also none on any of our contractors. The Export Credits Agency is a fairly small loan, but again, this gives you an opportunity to broaden your investor base. So basically what that is you get from another country, you actually get a guarantee that is better than your own guarantee, and then you borrow money from your local bank with that nice guarantee, and that reduces your cost of borrowing. And then always we try and do direct foreign investments, whether it's done through a PPP or trying to get some loans from anybody else. However, currently we haven't done any of those. All our bonds as sold on the domestic market is mostly, we haven't seen any foreign investors buying Sanral bonds unless they've done it through a local asset manager, and in that case we wouldn't have seen that. So all our bonds are owned domestically. The next slide shows you the credit rating, which is some of the things that have been spoken about quite widely. Sanral had a much better credit rating, which Nazir spoke about earlier today. We were same as the sovereign rating in 2012, and then in March 2012, with our first court case, we were downgraded, and since then we've been downgraded 4 times to where we are now, and this is what this current slide shows. Now, we've also mentioned this morning, what does this downgrade mean? Because we've got about 15 billion rands of non-guaranteed loans, those investors rely on this guarantee to determine how big or how small is their exposure or their risk to Sanral, which means they say, for that, I will price you X, which means if your credit rating comes down, your cost of borrowing increases. Because they see that as a higher risk, and that's what they then bid at the auction. The current borrowing capacity, and this is not to be confused with what we have borrowed, this is how much we are allowed to borrow, and this is, we indicated earlier this morning, this is approved by the Minister of Transport in concurrence with the Minister of Finance. So we can currently, in these various areas, borrow almost 49 billion rand. Keshla, you had a couple of questions on this. This is our borrowing, our debt maturity profile. Because our assets, our roads, are long-term assets, you try and match your liabilities to those assets. So you always try and make your bonds, the maturity of your bonds, as far away in the future as possible. However, you have to take into consideration the market forces and what the current cost of borrowing in the various categories are. So even though we try and move it out as far as possible, you can see currently, because of the current environment we're in the markets, we're in about 6 to 10 years maturity. The next slide shows it a bit more in detail. So at the bottom it will show you all the various bonds that we have. And then the slide itself, it shows you the maturity, in which year the capital has to be repaid. The capital. Remember, we pay for every bond, we pay a coupon twice a year. We pay interest twice a year on every bond. I think there it is. You'll see here in the first couple of months here, or this couple of years here, there's also huge outstanding loans there. This was as a direct result of the fact that we could not borrow or go out on auction for a long period of time in the previous 2 years. This is also obviously a direct result of the fact that the delay in the start of tolling had this effect on us. So we have this very short-term borrowings here in the beginning that we have to repay shortly. The rest are our normal bonds, which we've been auctioning all the time. And as I said, details of coupons and all of that is listed in our annual report. Okay, now this is a when you want to consider whether Sanral is broke or not, this is possibly what you have to look at. In terms of infrastructure, like I said earlier, it's long-term investments. A toll road, when you construct the toll road, you're not getting any revenue. So in a normal environment, for the first couple of years, while you're building all the way down, you're borrowing money all the way down. So you're just borrowing, you're not getting any income until you finish the road and can start collecting revenue. This means that you are accumulating interest for a period of time until that is done. So This slide shows actually for the whole of the Sanral toll portfolio what the picture looks like. So currently that's where we are. We're just over about, when this was done earlier in 2014, that's how much outstanding or borrowings we had. Earlier today you would have seen a slide which showed you the breakdown of the borrows. So then you move down. So what happens now specifically for GFIP? Firstly, one, you reduce the tariff. It means that your revenue is less, which means that this curve takes longer to turn. So you take much longer to get to a break-even point. Even though you may still break even in some time in the future, whether it's 24 years or 26 years, it means that you're paying much more interest over that time. And that is your true opportunity cost that is lost. So for every rand that I borrow more because I've extended the period, you lose the opportunity to build another road or maintain or do any of those things. So in terms of the extension or the time delay, the 2 years extension in terms of starting the collection of GFIP, it's moved out this curve even further, even if you look at it in a portfolio environment. It also means that the absolute amount of debt that you have increases. Like I said earlier, the borrowing capacity is there at 49 billion rand. What now happens is I'm going to hit that 49 billion rand much sooner, and I'm going to need much more. I'm going to turn just before 70 billion rand. So, and that is the real danger, that's the real risk, and that is the cost of delays, it's the cost of external forces or investor confidence being lost, or also your downgrade in terms of the credit rating. All of that makes this curve look worse and take longer to turn. This curve is the thing that we use to sell to investors to say, you're going to get your money back. So obviously, if this thing doesn't turn, it means that they won't invest because they won't get their money back. I've mentioned the external influences. Any uncertainty, an investor is very sensitive. The only thing he needs is uncertainty. If he has certainty, even if the certainty is negative, he has it, he knows how to price it. But uncertainty is where the problem starts. So then they don't know how to price it, so they don't know what their risk is. And that's what the influence is of any external forces, be it a court case, be it an extension, any of those things make that happen. Okay, and obviously then all the external influences on our revenue itself in terms of the compliance level of people actually paying to us. This slide is specifically for GFIP, and you can see the green bars indicate the Sanral forecast that we had for the year, the first year from toll commencement. So obviously we took certain assumptions to say there would be a rollout period, there would be a ramp up time for people to get their tags, become comfortable with the system and all of that. The red bars show the actuals of cash received for each of those months. And you can remember that during the year we always said we are still ahead of what we require, which we were getting more cash than what we projected for the year, up to this point. And there you can see the drop off. Very significant in June. And this is the critical area for us. This is what the effect of whatever forces there is outside of Sanral that makes this happen. Without naming it.
That's all right. The DG said he's going to provide the subsidy now. That's fine.
The potential implications if GFIP is cancelled, I think this thing has been discussed so many times. It was part of our court documents. We actually, in that first round with the interdict, indicated in court that delay in start of tolling would result in a downgrade. People laughed at us, thought, yeah, you're making it up, making it bigger than it is. And the moment the interdict came, the next day we were downgraded. If you think about some of the pictures I've showed you just earlier, and you think of the total borrowing or the outstanding liabilities that Sanral has of just beyond 40 billion rand now. And you look at the pictures shown earlier in terms of the country and Nazir's comment about there is no new money. To get 40 billion rand into Sanral would require either Treasury borrowing that, because what would happen is the moment you cancel a bigger portion of your assets, your investors have a direct claim against the government who's provided the guarantee for the guarantee side, but they've got an implied guarantee in the terms of the Sanral Act, which means that even those that are not guaranteed, they can still claim. So any investor on the next day after the downgrade, or you remove a big part of your assets from the book, the very next day, the investors can come to National Treasury and say, give me my 40 billion rands back today. And that is the big danger. However, there's also other downstream issues that we have to look at. Sanral, of course, have various contracts, and some of those are with international companies, and I think the ripple effect in the rest of the world in terms of the country's perceptions would have a dire impact. Also, if you look at Eskom, Transnet, SAA, AXA, you list all the SOEs, they're all trying to get money from the local market, trying to borrow. Any of these things have a massive impact on all of them and all of us. Yesterday we had an auction again, and even though we managed to get 415 million rand, we wanted much more. The prices have increased tremendously, sorry about that. And that is what happens on all SOEs currently. So we are priced off the government curve. So even though the government curve is getting more expensive, the SOEs are getting even more expensive. And the reason for that is the uncertainty that is created on all SOEs by either policy that they're not sure about which way we're going, but all of those have an influence on that curve. And that is the true cost to the country, which is lost. You're never going to get it back. I've spoken about the credit rating and the fact that if Moody's are seeing us next week, if we are downgraded one notch more, we are regarded as sub-investment grade, and that is what the effect is. Everybody can come and claim their money back from us. Then whether you issue a retail bond or no retail bond, you're never going to get it. And I've spoken about the international reputational damage. Yeah, I think then I'll hand over to Mr. Ali.
Thanks, Chair. Chair, we're not going to go through every slide, just to keep within the time limits that you've said around here, but just a couple of points that I'd like to make as we go forward. I think we've spoken enough, Chair, with due respect, in terms of the alternative models that we looked at. I don't think we need to dwell on this for too long, but what I will do is show you some of the numbers that we've got, for instance, some vehicle licensing fees, etc., in terms of what has been collected, including what has been collected from the fuel levy as well. Okay, we've spoken about this already. I just put it in case the people had missed it in the first time that we spoke about the national fuel levy. We've spoken about the numbers, but this is an interesting slide. I think that one has to just have a look at in terms of the consumption of the fuel which is taking place in Gauteng. The consumption in Gauteng is just above 29%. Yeah, just above 29% of the national consumption. So if we are going to this thing, we're putting up a fuel levy on the provincial fuel levy. The factor of about just over 3 has to be applied for this to arrive at what the fuel levy should be, a provincial fuel levy. Let me emphasize, we're talking about the provincial fuel levy now, and not the national one. Here's another interesting one, that a slide that we've got in terms of, here's the Gauteng GDP, the blue line that you see over there, but the fuel demand is actually dropping. And the fuel demand is dropping basically to the improvements that have been made, to the technologies that exist as far as efficient cars are concerned, moving on to hopefully in our country as well, more than just the hybrid, towards the electric vehicles and that. So when you end up with the provincial fuel levy that we've got over there, the 3.44 that we're talking about here, we're going to end up with another 55 cents a litre in Gauteng. There's a list of issues that we've listed over here in terms of what the potential issues are as far as putting it on as a fuel levy. The panel mustn't consider this. Exactly what the panel has been set up for. But again, I'd like to make an appeal to the panel. Please do not just look at this one particular project. Let's look at the other projects that we have as well in terms of the backlogs and that. Then I've just put in the slide, Chair, just to show you this is coming straight out of, that's the source over there, Reserve Bank and National Treasury. The one that bothers me always is the decline, or predicted, I should say, decline in our GDP in terms of what we said. The actual was, we know what the actual was in 12-13, 13-14, but the estimate is there. We're hoping that this will be double. I'm an eternal optimist that will double. And that's not what it will stay in, but I see some people are smiling to say my optimism is misplaced. I hope it's not. Again, in terms of coming out of National Treasury, it's available on the website as to what the revenue is, and then, of course, what the non-interest expenditure is. You see, that's the optimism again in terms of what where we want to be. The adequacy of the revenue from the fuel sales, and that's right. The National Treasury is turning around and say that they had predicted to get 47.5 billion rands from fuel sales. They're only going to get 46 billion because you saw that Gauteng, just using Gauteng as an example, in that graph, and the difference between the red line and the blue line. Now this comes straight out of those, what I call those red books that Treasury produces after the budget. The National Transport vote, this 48.7 billion rand, by the way, is in that 81.6 billion rand. For roads, we get 44 billion rands. That's what we're getting out of that. That's not taking into account the rest of the transport infrastructure that has been funded out of that. So you can see immediately there's a shortfall between what is predicted to be got and what the transport and logistics budgetary estimates are. Even whether you take that figure there or you take that figure there, there's quite a gap between those two numbers. This again is straight out of Treasury, which shows in terms of the consolidated expenditure in the numbers that there are there. Yeah. Now, this is our view. This is our view in terms of we're talking about simple in terms of fuel levy versus the thing. Now, the four criteria that we've used in terms of adequacy, whether it's equitable, efficient, or simple, without provoking the economists that I think the chair and I admire. I think the issue around equitability is one thing that we look at as well. So it's easy to do this. And of course, we'll have different views about this. We're putting this forward to the panel for them to consider. Now, we accept that the collection of it is simple. We're not saying no. But if you put it on the provincial fuel levy, then that changes. That changes to a cross. Because you will have to start collecting the fuel levy from every service station in South Africa or from the province. There's a whole new bureaucracy that we can build around this thing to be able to go and check if my local service station is making sure that you're getting what you are due. It's a job creation thing. We're good at creating jobs in the wrong sectors. But that is the view. Look, we've spoken about the national fuel levy in terms of what we need, etc. We've gone through that already. The expansions that we said that we require, we can't just be looking at one particular project. This is a graph that we've put together that you can turn around and examine at your leisure as to how the fuel levy scenario changes as you put in the different projects. We've got the GFIP 1, 2 and 3. This is, by the way, on the fuel levy, assuming that, Mpumalanga wants to pay for the roads in Gauteng. Sanral and other projects that we've got, the rest of the projects, then the countrywide sustained network and address backlog, the Gauteng province roads needs in terms of the ITMP 25, and the road-based public transport needs in terms of IPM 25. So we're saying that if we are going to be funding the public transport needs, Gauteng, out of a fuel levy, you can see the changes it makes over the years and where you end up, give or take a few cents. Give or take a few cents. The fuel levy, as far as the national fuel levy is concerned, if it's only for GFIP ones, but we need to look at that for what the monthly traveling at 1,500 kilometers, 10 kilometers per litre, the additional cost is 288 rands for the vehicle in South Africa. But 99% of the overall national vehicle kilometers are not traveled on this road network. 99% of the overall vehicle kilometers traveled in South Africa, I'm talking about now in South Africa, are not traveled on this. So are we going to get these guys over here to fund us over here in Gauteng? Is it going to be always this thing which is said that, we like to, everybody likes to live off everyone else? Is that what we're going to be promoting, or are we going to be looking at things differently? Again, just giving you different scenarios as we go ahead. On the provincial fuel levy, a similar thing, we've already spoken about what is included, indicating the funding requirements. And this graph shows the provincial fuel levy in a similar fashion in terms of the makeup, of what we want. And by 2023, not taking into account inflation, not taking into account inflation. Oh, that's with inflation. Sorry, that's with inflation. You're going to end up with a fuel levy of that particular. But this is indicative, because this will change in terms of what the fuel sales are, when it is that you'll be putting up, and various policy issues.
Excluding existing.
Excluding?
Existing fuel levy.
Yeah, this is excluding the existing fuel levy. Okay? But these are scenarios that we are predicting over here. That's why we're saying that this is indicative, and I'm sure our good acting DG is taking note of this and is sorting out his budget accordingly. Yeah. So, yesterday I started to explain about this vehicle kilometers traveled, and then we sort of stopped halfway through the discussion. What we were saying is that only 8% of the vehicle kilometers travel on this network, in this province. 92% of the vehicle kilometers traveled do not travel on this 201 kilometers. So do we want the 92% of the vehicles who are not traveling on this to be paying for the 201 kilometers? It's an important question if you look at the equitability issue that we need to ask ourselves and pose, and then we've given you a particular scenario there as well. Same thing with the different scenario regarding as to what the replacing of the toll levy with the national fuel levy in terms of the different rands. These are again numbers that you can examine at your leisure. I don't think that I want to dwell much more on this, because we have covered this, I think, very, very extensively in terms of the cost and who pays for it. And the whole issue, I'm hoping that the panel has understood around equity that we want to achieve. Again, these are figures as far as the license fees are concerned, in terms of what is collected and what is predicted to be collected in the different provinces that we've got over here. Of course, we said earlier, Gauteng raises the highest now amount in terms of license fee, followed by KwaZulu-Natal. The main modes of transport, this is the point I was making yesterday, and I thought it's necessary to show this. This comes out of the Household Travel Survey, by the way. This is not Sanral data or anything of that sort. And this was I was saying. And then 31% of students in Gauteng use that, mostly taxis. That is what the scenario is. And then main modes of transport. 31% of workers in South Africa drive to work. Then you've got a breakdown in terms of who takes by train, bus, taxi. And you'll find the taxi usually is a fairly large sort of building that you've got in our histogram that you've shown. Cars, bakkies and that. And again, this comes out of the National Household Travel Survey, where this has come from. Now, this is interesting that private transport mostly used in the Western Cape and Gauteng. Yeah, taxis are mostly used by workers in KwaZulu-Natal compared to any other mode. But taxis is the preferred mode of public transport in all provinces. And I think over the last 2 days, we've also indicated that one of the reasons for that is because the accessibility to taxis, taxi sort of figuratively speaking, in front of your house, takes you from door to door, which the other modes don't do that. You can see where the source is, Statistics South Africa and National Treasury, in terms of what the grants for public transport has been versus the ridership, the number of passengers over there, and then you got the allocation over there. This is the number of the minibus, is the number of passengers that you can see over there, and that's obvious to all of us in terms of what we got, what it is for buses, in terms of the capital allocation, and then you've got the operational allocation for the different modes, including the PS, and then passengers per day, which are measured around there. Now you can see the BRT. We're hoping that the BRT will this thing increase as we're going forward. We're hoping that this will also increase with Metro Rail, with the improvements that have been made to the Metro Rail service. But you can see the actual capital allocations which have been made. This is just the same thing in terms of the numbers. So it's saying total investment in public transport is 163 billion rands, and that over 60% of the national government investment in public transport is for rail, 32.8 for it for Gautrain. That's the numbers that are showing. Chair, with your permission, I'm not going to go in this all of the slides is for the case for tolling. I think we've had enough of that. And I'm hoping that we've actually convinced this panel that there's a very good case. I see my learned friend is smiling there about the case for tolling. But of course, we've said that, some of the mitigation measures, even our own studies have shown that we need to look at, and we will be looking at that very seriously. By the same token, the reasons for not financing through roads, through fuel levy, I hope that I've covered that up fairly adequately and given everybody a good overview about what it is in terms of especially the issue around equitability, sharing that we're talking about, the inequitability that increases by this particular method of funding, which is the fuel levy. And sometimes, Chair, with you again, through you again, Chair, if I may, we look for the least path of resistance. Like water. Have you guys noticed how water flows? Always looks for the least path of resistance. And that's the way that we want to follow. Rather than accepting the fact that we face some severe challenges and that we have to work together to be able to resolve these challenges that we face. How do we find the balance over the range of issues that we've been talking for the last two 2.5 days, as opposed to try and say that there's only one little thing that matters in South Africa are these 201 kilometers. They are not the issue. They are not the issue. Let's look at all of these challenges that we face. Let us stop looking at the least part of resistance. Let us assist each other in making those very hard decisions that we need to make to be able to meet the requirements and needs of our country. We've done this already. The rating as well, I'm not going to go through this. I think that was well covered by our CFO, who clearly indicated that she's got the toughest job over here, so we will acknowledge that. That's why we have ladies in the agency. We're nearly 50-50, Prof. Nearly 50-50. Yeah, although you don't see it here today. I said we're 48, we're 52, okay?
And women have all the tough jobs.
This is an interesting slide as well, just to give you a breakdown over the next 3 years. Of 827 billion rands, how is it going to be spent on our infrastructure? Eskom, we get 3.8% for our non-toll roads. We emphasize again, it's for the non-toll roads, for those 18,000 kilometers we were talking about. This is what local government gets, the provincial departments, Central Energy Fund, I'm not sure exactly what goes in there, public-private partnership, I'm assuming this is where the Gautrain is funded from, out of there, what goes to rainwater, and then Transnet. Okay, we've spoken about that already. Okay, this is just some relevant stats that you may want to consider. The economic impacts of road. Now, I just want to dwell on the next couple of slides in terms of what this logistics study was saying. This is the 10th logistics study. This is the most recent one, and then we've got the 6th logistics study as well, as to what the cost is over here, the economic impact of roads. I think we are accepting that as to what these are the slides that I just want us to spend a moment on. This study that I was mentioning, 6th state logistics survey done of 2009, and the 10th one was done in 2012. If you're traveling on a good road, the average maintenance and repair cost per kilometer is 96 cents. This column shows you the average percentage increase in the truck maintenance and repair costs. And this column shows you the average percentage increase in basic logistics costs. If you're traveling on a good road, it's 96 cents. On a fair road, it's 1.24 Rand. On a bad road, it is 2.11 Rand. The increase in the truck maintenance and repair costs, 30.2%, and nearly 121% on the bad road. Now, this is not Sanral's figures. This is not Sanral's figure. And this is why you'll see. And we can show you our own figures and our own graphs, that when you're traveling especially on our toll roads, that you're traveling even better than on a good road in most instances. We can show you that. And it's open for scrutiny. And some of it is actually in our annual report. I think you look at on page 29 in terms of the international recognition we've got for our asset management systems that we've got. I don't think that would be misleading the people in our annual report. Not that we do it any other times either. The cost of logistics, the increase in the cost of logistics from a good road to a fair road, about 2.5% and nearly 10% in that. And that speaks for itself in terms of what's happened around there. Then, this is the numbers again in terms of budget allocations, the fuel levy, what has been estimated. We've spoken about the 46 billion rand, but this time we've put in the license fees as well, the estimates that you've got. So let's assume that you're getting the 53 billion rands over there, and this is the allocations. And you can see there's a shortfall of 2.5 billion rand. So I'm hoping that we have managed to convince the panel here at least that it's a myth to think that there's more collected out of the fuels than what is spent on transport. It's an absolute myth. These are not Sanral figures. These are figures coming out of that particular publication as what it is. And again, here's a reminder of the transport-related allocations made by Treasury, 55.6 billion, resulting in a shortfall of 2.5 billion. And you can see that each year, as we go forward, that shortfall actually increases. Unless, of course, you increase that fuel levy that we're talking about. The 365 we've been talking about in terms of what we do. There was a guy who once told me, the most difficult thing to do is to tax the citizens of a country. But it's the easiest decision to make, not to tax. So, but that's not what I'm encouraging our acting DG to please promote at all. That's not what I'm encouraging. As I said earlier, let's make those tough decisions that we have to do. Fuel sales per province, liters, per province in liters, and what the Gauteng, of course, is 29% of the fuel sales. We've shown earlier as well. Licensed vehicle fees, this is just the numbers again showing you. This is just some of the expansions that we need to do in terms of the Sanral roads. This is for capacity, by the way. Capacity expansion, meaning to say adding new roads, new lanes, etc. So to improve the capacity, and that's our backlog. Strengthening and rehabilitation, again, we've covered this over the last 2 days. The famous now 197 billion rand figure. Chair, I think I'm going to stop there. I want to go back. We've mentioned the Deloitte report and the PwC report of the stuff that you have raised over there. Alex has covered that issue in the Big Mac. This is, you can read for yourselves in terms of what Deloitte and both PwC had said about the cost model, the whole financial modeling that we did. And yes, just like one or two things that I'd like to highlight. That inflation rate that varies with term could be considered more appropriate. However, this would likely result in a spurious accuracy when projecting to 30 years. I wish I could tell you what's going to happen tomorrow. But where we sit, we don't have the option other than to look at what trends are. We can't predict the future, but we can, all of us can look at what the trends are, and based on what we believe, what the trends are showing us, what we believe will be a result. If I had a nice maybe crystal ball, and if I was a astrologer or a soothsayer, unfortunately I'm neither of that. And the last time I tried, who you owe, that old president of the US, the late Reagan, used to have, she's not available either to help. So we are on our own, folks. We are on our own. Again, this thing says what we've done in terms of the cost over there is considered appropriate. No contribution to overheads, profits, or further expansion costs are included in the determination of the tariff. This is independently done. We've been saying this all the time when we say no, not for profit. This is independently done. And this thing continues over. This is part of by the way, the steering committee report, which is in that bundle, Alex? Yeah, is in the bundle that you have received. The key findings from PwC as well over there in terms of what we got was correctly performed across both models under review. The procurement. Chair, I want to spend about 17 minutes on this particular one because especially my learned friend over there asked for this particular question. And I must say, people on this panel who've had sight of these documents, who've seen them long before already. This was the tenders, all right? We invited the tenders. This was the makeup of the tenderers. A Spanish company, a French company, and a US company in this particular consortium in that lot over there. The successful tenderer, this is the thing, Swedish company, Austrian company, and a South African company. Same with this particular tenderer over there, an Italian company, a South African company, and a Norwegian company. Now you'll notice that in all of them there are foreign companies involved. There were a number of good reasons as to why foreign companies have been involved. And one of the main attractions for them was that this is the first interoperable system. Everybody wants to be associated with this particular. People want to be associated with cutting edge technology. You know, we all sit and brag about these smartphones. Hey, I suppose everybody's gone to an i6 already. I'm still on a 5, just for the record. But I assume we've all gone with that. But when it comes to using other technology, we seem to be reluctant. I'm not sure why is the thing. And again, Prof, you know, the mutual admiration for our thing. He's written a very good book on the contribution of technology that it makes to poverty and that. An extremely interesting book that he's read. I must admit, some of the things he says I even found difficult to comprehend, but I found it very interesting. On the contribution of technology to development. And that is what we're doing over here. The fact that we'll be able to take people sitting out of a booth for 6 hours at a time in their shift and put them in much more better surroundings to be able to do a day's work. Surely that is a major contribution that we're making to the quality of life, to the people who work on this. Right, the numbers. The numbers. This particular tenderer gave us an alternative. What the deal was that you had to tender on the postulated tender. You had to make an offer on the postulated tender. Because then we were comparing apples with apples. So we were not then ending up with comparing apples with pears. But the tenderers were also allowed to offer us alternatives. We don't necessarily say that we have all the answers. We had a particular model that we had put out to tender. But if you want to offer an alternative, you are welcome. But here's the difference in price that Alex has already pointed out in a previous slide. This is on the alternative. The postulated one. 9 billion rands difference on the postulated one. From the second lowest tender, it offered an alternative where there was a 2 billion rands. Please note the little asterisk over there is on and where that is covered. But the provisional sums would be equal across all three of them. Because that's a provisional sum, it's a budgetary amount that we allocate to on all of our projects. That money belongs to Sanral, not to the bidder. So that's just a provisional sum, whether it's 1 rand across that you put in there or 1 million you put across, it's the same. And here's another interesting thing. This particular tenderer, this one here was the second lowest, had not put in a value for asset replacement. The values that you see of asset replacement over here, about the 0.33 of a billion rands that we've got there, that money is only going to be if required. Whereas this guy decided he wants it all. He's not going to make a separate allocation for asset replacement as this guy and this guy did over here. CPI, anything adjustment factors that we need to do is formula based, and there's the formula that we've applied, and the indices are provided for us by Stats South Africa. Price adjustment, it can be either positive when it goes up, inflation, and deflation is negative. And one day, all the economists that I happen to know will please explain to me why they fear deflation and why they fear inflation. I thought these things are meant to be the same. One day you'll educate me. It's a remeasurable contract, or ad measure as we call it. As Alex has already explained, you only get paid for the service that you provide. This is not a lump sum contract. This is not paid on a retainer. This is not a fixed price contract. There's a bill of quantities. You do 1 cubic meters of material, you excavate it, like in civil engineering, you get paid for 1 cubic meter. You've tendered on that particular rate. Again, he does not receive the toll revenue. He's compensated for the services in order to collect revenue on behalf of Sanral. This is a typical picture of a schedule of quantities in terms of what we've got, various bits and pieces over there. And as I said, you're welcome to the whole thing. Chair, before I go to that, please allow me just to again remind, because I am on my last slide, just to remind people in terms of what the courts had said about invalid administrative act is set aside by a competent court. I'm not going to read out the whole thing, but there it is. Before I do that, this is what we've penned in the agency recently for the benefit of this particular listing. We hope it's going to be a benefit to you. But we're saying that we have embraced the change sought by our government through its policies. That it should be in brackets there, government's policies. We acknowledge the decisions that go with these policies are at times disruptive. We acknowledge that. But the challenge remains to implement the change that is required. Because if we don't meet the challenge head on and do not implement the change that is required, folks, this boat ain't going to go anywhere. And all we ask for, please judge us by the value we add to South Africa. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Nazir, thanks very much for a very comprehensive and very transparent presentation on a number of complex issues. It's 4:10 now. My colleagues can't wait to pose, but we don't have enough time. So what I'm going to do now, we're going to pose the first set of questions, but we'll have to agree on a full day to come back to this. It's very important that we spend a full day beyond today on these questions. That's extremely important. But before I ask my colleagues, just two things that I thought I should emphasize now that the DG Gauteng is here, is that, and we talked about disjuncture that we have to reconcile yesterday. DG, between the enormous range of facts that we have accumulated, number of months now, culminating into very, very impressive description of the story from the point of view of government and Sanral, of the department. We have to reconcile that story with the democratic disquiet that's out there, and we have to find exactly why is there a disjuncture between the logic of the facts and the democratic disquiet. That's a very, very important tension for us, and it's a creative tension that we have to look at very, very carefully. Barry Standish came out with a very interesting explanation of the disjuncture. He's saying that perhaps we might have to look at the unfortunate impact the use of the word cost-benefit must have had. We should move from cost-benefit to cost savings. So we are back into semantic theory, looking at political reactions to language. This is an interesting, and also the political history of emotions that come out of that. It's a very, if we had time, we'll go into it. But I think it's a very, very fresh perspective on the disjuncture. And I think we'll look into it very, very carefully. It has been done elsewhere in the US, but not in this country. Okay, thank you. So now beyond this, we need as a panel to be assisted, because we are really committed to reconciling opposites, to reconciling differences. We're trying to find a kind of consensus framework for our recommendations. That is our commitment. But we need to be assisted in the context of our democracy, how to canvass consensus on a framework for justifying our recommendations. Because we're going to have recommendations, but we got to justify them. And the framework for justifying recommendations were not very, very easy. But it's an important matter that I thought, whoever has ideas, the democracy here, people need to be consulted, the sovereignty of the people shall govern. Those are the principles that we have to deal with, beyond the facts, beyond the logic of the economics. So an interest for us is very, very interesting that we look at that very, 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 very carefully. So we'll come back to that. Colleagues, it's now 4:15. They are prepared, I think, Sanral and the department are prepared to hear us out, but not for more than 45 minutes. And then we will agree on a full day. Thanks very much. Over to you guys. John, Danisa, Christo, Fiona, and then Vuyo in that order. John, please.
Thank you, Chair. My questions could possibly take up the entire 45 minutes. For that reason, I'm not going to pose one. I want to ask if the Chair and or Sanral delegation will be available for us to rather do this thoroughly. I'm afraid of a half-baked approach which could have unintended results. They have given us and South Africa through the media a full comprehensive presentation for which we remain indebted. Consequently, we need to also get clarity on a number of interesting and important points without the haste of time and whatever other pressures every other individual may have because they had scheduled for 4 o'clock.
Thanks. I think we'll make time. I think I've just talked briefly the CEO. They're prepared to make time for us. Anissa?
I'm just joking. I agree with John, actually. We will need time to look at most of the issues that were raised. But coming from business, I find it a little, maybe it's that disjuncture and the disquiet, to reconcile some of the things that have been put on the slides. And I'm hoping when we meet, we'll talk a little bit more about what you have done to look at the impact on small, medium enterprise development. Because everywhere where we've gone, people have said it's affected them as small business. In terms of, some of them have had to close shop, some of them have found it very difficult just to continue doing business. So it's affected them adversely. So I wanted to check if you have looked at it and if there is a study that you've done that looks at the impact of GFIP and the tolls on the development of small, medium enterprises. And one that I've always been curious about is maybe you'll also tell us about how you deal with the vehicles coming from our neighboring states, coming from outside South Africa. And I looked and I didn't see that. And maybe I missed it when I stepped out. How we deal with the billing of small, medium, vehicles from outside South Africa. Because if there are contentious issues around collecting within South Africa, how do we deal with those that are coming out of South Africa using our roads, and how do you collect from them, particularly the heavy that I always see when I go to visit my grandparents in Limpopo, carrying those heavy metals. I think those are the ones that are burning for me right now, and the rest maybe I can leave for later, but those two are really burning for me. Thank you very much. But also to thank you for a very comprehensive presentation and the fact that we didn't doze off means we had the tolerance for it for the entire day. But thank you very much.
We must thank the CEO's sense of humor for that. Well, Christo.
Thank you. My question is just around the benefit cost analysis, the economic analysis, because I'm not sure that Barry is going to be present at the next session that we talk about as well. The whole team, okay. I'm willing to let it stand over as well, just in the interest of...
Thanks, Christo. Fiona?
Yeah, I've got a series of questions. So perhaps I could pose them now and they could be answered at the next question because, at the next session, because I guess some of them might take a bit of digging, okay. So that's why I'll pose them now. The first set is sort of on general questions, and then I have a second set on the economic area in particular. The general questions, firstly, we touched yesterday on the issue of money flowing out of the country. Now, I think that we do understand that money doesn't just flow randomly out of the country. But there was a clarification that came yesterday that where there's an investor who's from overseas, dividends do flow, and presumably remuneration to people based overseas. So we've seen that 65% of the ETC JV is foreign. So can you just give us some sense of how much money is flowing out of the country as a result of the e-toll system, whether it be in the form of dividends or anything else? Secondly, on the billing system, we've had a number of people in the public hearings and so on coming to say that they've got accounts of 20,000, 30,000, whatever. Now, in some cases, assuming that they telling the truth about these amounts, are these mistakes? Are these billing errors? Or can they go to these kind of astronomical figures just through interest and fees? Because it's difficult to see when you look at the actual costs how people can be having such massive accounts, but it's something that we need to understand. And then thirdly, on the issue of compliance, I want to get a sense of what the plan from Sanral is with this, with respect to compliance going forward, because the figures which you've shown us have shown that over the last few months, compliance is actually decreasing, and presumably there's sort of a critical point at which even people who have been paying will say, if we're part of a minority who are paying, why should we be paying and other people aren't? So what is the plan for improving compliance so that it doesn't reach a point where even the cost of collection might even be exceeding the income which is being earned and the actual debt is not being paid off at all? And then just a small question on accident response, which you touched on. But it's really about the benefits of the gantries and the entire system for accident response. It was something that came up in some of our consultations and public hearings where people were questioning how this can be beneficial given the sort of that the gantries are spaced 10 kilometers apart. And they were saying, how can even the cameras at the gantries actually help in detecting and responding to accidents? So if you can just clarify on that. And then on the issue of car rental companies, which I think, is it Andrew? Alex, sorry. You mentioned about the system in place on car rental companies. We had submissions from car rental companies where they spoke in detail about the various problems and frustrations which they're having with the system. So it seems from their perspective, there's a problem there, and it's sort of causing them like a huge bureaucracy and extra expenses and so on. So can you just speak a bit about how that system is working in relation to car rental companies? And then on the fuel levy option, when this was touched on as one of the alternatives, Nazir mentioned that were you to have a provincial fuel levy, this would give rise, it would be complicated and would give rise to big bureaucracy and so on. Now, given that there is already a differential inland versus coastal fuel price, can you just explain why having an additional differential for Gauteng specifically would cause all of these complications? And then, sorry to have so many questions, but I
No,
just
that's
want
okay.
to
No, yeah,
run through
yeah,
them
no,
and
that's
they can be
okay.
answered at the next session. Then on the economic area in particular, I think we need, at least me, I need some more detail on some of what was presented there. So firstly, on the calculation of the benefits/savings, one would want to see what was the methodology used, what were the assumptions, to get into the black box of the calculations. Because I think it's one of the core issues, this balancing of costs and benefits or savings. So we really want to get a better sense of how those savings have actually been calculated. And then maybe just a comment on the calculations on the impact of the cost of goods, where you gave the example of fruit and vegetables between 2 points and so on, and the ways in which it could be overstated or understated. I think one of the ways in which it may be understated is that it just takes into account in your calculations, as far as I can see, the direct e-tolls on that particular journey, and not the cumulative or knock-on and indirect effects of the various inputs which would go into those. So do you have any calculations perhaps as to the total effect, including direct and indirect? And then thirdly, on the distributional impact of e-tolls by income category, which is something we've talked about in the previous days. Again, I think we would really need to see much more details behind those calculations. And what was really missing for me from those results would be to see the cost of e-tolls as a percentage of income for the different groups. Because from what was presented there, we can't see whether it's progressive or regressive. It was just the contribution of each income group to overall tolls. But it didn't have, as far as I could see, e-tolls as a percentage of income for each income group. And it's on that basis that we would need to see the progressivity or otherwise. And then the very last question is, was an impact study, an economic impact study commissioned, a holistic economic impact study? So in addition to what's been presented there of the impact on cost of goods and so on, a complete one, let's say by economic sector, macroeconomic impact, and so on.
Thanks very much, Fiona. Thanks very much. Evuyo?
Thanks, Chair. I think I'll just follow Fiona, because, God knows whether I'll be around the next meeting.
No, you must be around. You must be around, or else.
Okay, just quickly. I think.
No, she must be. She must be there.
I think the why 2 hours you talked about, you never came back. So please help us. You said you will explain later why some people argue that it still cost them 2 hours. To travel, and you said you'll come back to that, and I don't remember hearing. And then just briefly, in terms of the other questions, to start also with the issue of the distribution. Nazir, Mr. Ali talked about the 94% of the income coming from quintile 5 and 4% from 4. My concern in terms of that figure is that we're talking about it in terms of the people who are paying. I mean, what do you think the impact of the non-payment is having in terms of the other quintiles effect? So I'm just curious in terms of how that, if everybody was paying, would we be seeing the same picture? I'm just curious in terms of whether we would have any figures that would help us with that. Then the other thing deals with, I do also want to say, with due respect on the issue of saving being a benefit, that saving is a form of benefit. And in a sense, when we're talking about benefits, we're talking about quantifiable and qualitative as well. So I do believe that, the concept of benefits go beyond. And then my other question deals with the design build, the FIDIC. I just want to understand from a contract perspective now with ETC. Is there, what's the arrangement in terms of the ownership of the system?
It belongs to us.
It belongs to you, okay. And then the other question is related to there was a breakdown of the contract years You know, there was 8 years and 5 years and 5 years. I just wanted to know in total, I mean, how many years overall? And then the other thing is, it was very helpful for Sanral to give us their view on the fuel levy. But it would be useful also for Sanral to give a view in terms of the impact of the fuel levy on Sanral. So to be given a Sanral scenario as far as all the presentations that they have been made from a debt perspective and the contractual obligations. The other thing relates to a slide that was talking to, you know, I mean, some statements that were made about e-tolling. Well, there was slide, I think slide 87, which referred to the diversion as a net effect of additional road capacity and also attracting people from, you know, the congestion within the toll road as opposed to the alternates. I mean, I have a different view on that, but it would be nice to have a discussion on that because we've been presented with contrary. And also the upgrading of the toll promoting the use of public transport. It would be interesting to understand exactly what those assumptions are. And in the absence of that public transport, what, you know, your understanding of the implications would be. And then the other thing, just as I draw towards closure, was the fact that there were also presentations by some of the, I think, truck companies, I can't remember, on the vehicle registration effect and how it's reducing as a result of the e-tolls and how it's, I think some of the freight companies, how that is affecting them. And you were presenting a different case on the other hand. And lastly, Chair, it's the issue of the in terms of the costs. I didn't quite get I don't know whether I missed a slide. I missed the slide that deals with the cost of administration. You know, I didn't see that figure. And lastly, also my overall concern is I do see that you talked to a study on social impact in the beginning by Dr. Neville. But overall, in terms of the presentation, I'm missing the reference to the social impact. And it would be useful from your perspective now, not just to see generally as part of the core project, how you're handling the social impact. Thank you.
Well, thanks, Will. Thanks, Will. Loretta? You don't want? Chris?
I would support John.
Kesha?
I'm not going to pose a question now. I want to go through systematically. I uploaded a few questions, but are slides going to be made available to us? They already?
Yes.
Oh, okay. No, not today.
Not today. Oh, Trish?
I also will wait for the next time, but if I could just add that I think what it would be helpful for us to do is we'll schedule with Nazir, and I'm sure we can also compile so that you have questions in advance so that we can allow you to structure the responses in addition to a free-flowing conversation. And then secondly, just to say that I think the one area that it would be helpful to have a bit of preparation and input on is just, apart from telling us who you've consulted and when, a bit more of an in-depth understanding of what the extent of it was in terms of participation, because there's been so much said to us about whether it was or wasn't inclusive. So it would just be helpful if we could get a bit of detail on that which wasn't in your presentation today.
Thanks. And finally, Ross, do you want to? Ross?
Chair, I think there's been a lot of data that's been submitted through the last 3 days. I do think we still do have some data gaps, but I'd also want to spend some time going through the presentations, extracting what's in there, and putting together a list of, just very basic numbers that we're wanting, maybe some further information on a breakdown of employment, the direct, indirect, that kind of stuff. So if there was someone that I could send that through to as a contact person, because I don't so much think it needs a response as just these are the numbers.
Well, thanks, Ross. Thanks very much. We've agreed that we'll find time. I'll come back. We've agreed that we'll find a full day for a more complete response. But if you don't mind, you could have a preliminary response to the questions, and we have about 20 more minutes to do that. Yes, Barry? Barry wants to.
Thank you, Chair. I didn't so much want to respond as to make a request and then a suggestion. And the request is that for us to be able to cooperate with the panel more closely, we would like, or I would like to have some insights into the submissions that have been made to you. Because, it's difficult to know what you know and how you're responding. So if we had some idea of the submissions that have been made, we would be able to tailor our responses in a more directed manner. And then, secondly, this is a suggestion. The questions from both Fiona and from Ross, the answers to your questions are predominantly in our report. Fiona, with one exception, all the answers that there's a Ross, your direct, indirect jobs, that's all in our report.
Those are the projections. Sorry, through you. I mean, in terms of projections, what we're looking for is some the evidence now, having the actual numbers in terms of employment. So you made some projections in terms of direct jobs. We would want to know the number of jobs that were created. Okay. Would we be able to get a breakdown of those numbers by sex, by race? Is that stuff available?
It's not something that we can do from the economics department, but I do believe the Sanral is on top of that. So I would defer to Sanral on that.
Well, thanks. Over to you, CEO.
The issue of the information they want.
Which one?
No, just through you, Chair, I think you were saying it would be helpful if you had a sense of the issues we're dealing with, and there are summaries, and I think Nazir is intending to circulate them. So we've circulated the summaries as we did to everyone who participated in our various processes, and the reason that this has been a process open to the media is that when we had public meetings and met with organizations, they had the benefit of a written input that we had received from other key implementers, and we have sent you those summaries. So we would welcome your reaction to those things, to what was proposed in those meetings.
Thanks very much. Over to you, Sincere.
Thanks. Thank you, Chair. Maybe if I can request Trish to do me a favor. When you were sending me those emails in bits and pieces, can I ask you to send me in one lot? Then I can forward it to my team members. Cool. As you know, that I was aware at the time when you were sending it, and I must say that other than one or thank you, my dear. Thank you. Chair, listen, I think I would appreciate it if you'll accept from us that we're going to stay with your earlier suggestion where we've said that we are going to meet for a whole day.
Okay.
Rather than have a start of a dialogue which is not going to take us anywhere. And then we'll try and coordinate diaries. As I've said, now I'm committing my whole team again without asking them. So I'm sure we'll find a date in the diary to do that. So thanks very much.
Well, thanks very much. This is the 6th of November. We need to have the report ready before the premiere by the 30th. So time is really, really of the essence. So we will need to agree on a date pretty quickly, CEO. We know that you might be going to Austria or somewhere. Please don't go to Austria of all places. Go anywhere except Austria. But anyway, CEO, seriously, our panel also is this is a very busy panel. Before long, there will be the UN, there will be AU, there will be looking for the BRICS somewhere, you know. So we need to agree pretty quickly when to meet, and I'm sure Trish will be able to find some date convenient for all of us. Well, colleagues, thanks very much for a wonderful day. This is the best time we have ever had so far. Thank you.